Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Hello? It's me. Hello? Boom. There we go. There's the duck. You know what? Before we actually get started, even though I was speaking as if I was going to jump right into it, let's actually really quickly download Vroid Studio. I think I have Vroid Studio. Maybe I don't. Oh, it's not installed, but we can install it. That's pretty easy. It's only about 1 gig. We'll just download that really quick while I will open up my Twizzlers. Oh, baby. Am I hungry? Not really, but I am kind of bored. Oh, that was fast. Which is good. You might not believe me, but I did just download it. Let's launch it really quick. Well, before I launch it, let's spawn in my bot. Look at that. Roll the chinchilla. Alright, now. I wanna export the very bald lad really quickly. Yeah, skip it. Create new. Oh, hello. Ava, thank you very much for the host. Give me 1 sec. Hello, hello. It's been a little bit since I've used this program, but I do want to no longer use other people's models because it makes me feel a bit weird. Where's the bald person? Or is there a bald preset? IRL, I am very bald. How are you doing today? Yeah, you know, really quickly, need to make one of these peoples. Because the models I usually use are not mine. So I'm just trying to do something really quick. Yeah, that's more or less me. Exports as VRM. Phenomenal. Giving out the duck. How are you? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Oh geez. I don't have any hair, so that's okay. Doing all right. You know, still nowadays usually wondering what my company pays me for, but you know, I'm not gonna stir the pot, as they say. There's no hair, so there's nothing to do here. Do want to try to reduce the amount of polys, though. Oh, geez. That's probably fine. 15,000. Send me. Title. All right, well, this is bald. Blah. Bald. Creator. Me. You win. As long as you're employed, it's cool. Yeah. It's one of those things, though, where I suppose when I tell people what I do, or what I'm supposed to do and what I actually do, people are very surprised, I suppose. Because it's like, I'm supposed to be doing, or when I explain it to other people, I always explain, like, oh, I'm doing, like software consulting, infrastructure automation. What do I actually do? Mostly nothing. Mostly nothing. They've just been telling me to wait. Like, I'm still technically billable. So, like, my metrics are really good. Actually, this should just go in art assets. Yeah, that's more or less it. Send me. Processing. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Kill it. Yeah, you know what? We can save. That's fine. It took me a lot of effort to create this model. so I would hate to lose it afterwards. Alright. But yeah. As long as you're happy with it, it sounds like a nice job. It is a very nice job. But at this point, it's been going on for so long. It's like, I don't... what do I do? Like, at this point, if someone asks, like... Because no one asks, right? Because I'm a, I suppose, senior level position. But then... when people... Like, I don't know what to tell people then. Like, people just say, like, hey, Tim, are you good? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. All right, and then, like, yeah, okay, sounds good. Like, you are on a long-term project, so thanks for handling that for us. I'm like, yeah, you know. Oh, man. Oh, just absolutely horrible. It looks like the eyes are a bit too far apart, so it's kind of freaking me out. Turn down the lighting a bit. Probably the light energy, that would be better. Yeah, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. Look at that. That's more or less me. Sometimes I don't shave my head every day, though. Your name reminded me. In what way are you connected to OpenCFace? Oh, absolutely none. Absolutely no connection, unfortunately. It was a bad name, but by the time like the project got popular, I was like, oh no. Like, I don't want to mess up the SEO. So that's why I'm trying to rush this out the door. So I can transition this entire project over to, let's get out of Discord. Get off Reddit as well. Get off this. There's nothing I can show on the screen. So I can transition the entire project over to Virtual Puppet Projects. Huzzah! So, this is probably a bit better. Okay, because on my stream, someone mentioned as Tim from OSF. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, it's a bit incorrect. Like, I have... not messaged, I have interacted with Emilia before, who is the actual writer. But I am not really in any way associated with the upstream of OpenCFace project, right? Like the origin story of OpenCFace GD was I wanted to see if it was, what the heck, fast forward. Oh, this is Puppeteer. I wanted to see if, you know, it was feasible to track a model from within Godot. So I made it, and I was like, all right, what other things can we track? I don't know. Maybe VRM? VRM looks cool. And so here we are. So I never had any ambitions at the start to have this turn into anything bigger than just a test. But here we are. Here we are. Sorry. I should probably mute myself really quick. Alright. Yeah. Plan is, I'll move everything over to Virtual Puppet Project. I'll kind of reduce the master branch of OpenCFace GD to just being the tracker. Yeah. So I'm not really encroaching on anyone's territory, because right now I feel pretty bad about it. Yeah, but right now, what we're doing, I didn't press start. What we're doing is doing all the UI stuff. I need to turn down the light a bit more as well. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna outline. Hold on. Rotation damp probably can be damped down to 0.1, maybe 2.5. No, 1.5. There we go. Apply rotation, yes. I think the blink threshold. No, blink threshold is probably fine. Oh, you know what the problem is? I didn't do this yet. There we go. Just gotta flex the old facial muscles. All right. Yeah, I just need to get this done. This is like the last piece, just the UI. Then I can start getting a beta out. Then once we're at, I'm just gonna call it a 1.0, honestly. So we can jump off, we can officially jump off this project and go into the new one. Even though not everything I wanted is here. It's close enough. It's close enough. Let me see, where are we here? So in the base pop-up, let's do all this really quick. Yeah, so trying to be a bit more heads down on these things, because I want to crunch it out. This is tough, especially with my style of programming, which is mostly just a lot of guess and check. That's not true, but that's fine. Then once we go back to GUI, model, hold on, that's not it. This is it. Okay. Happy to be able to use this sometime in the future whenever my re-debut will be. I'll be much obliged, much obliged. Hopefully in the future there will also be way more options for tracking, because I am somewhat involved in the Inochi 2D project. So I'm very quietly looking at which things they're also looking to implement, and then just adding them to my list, which I may or may not have lost. I have a very light mental list of things I would like to add, which does not include any quality of life features, unfortunately. Initial phase. Okay. So this is for model. So you want to hook these up. Oh god, these Twizzlers are stale. It's a good way of doing this. Like, I know which things I need to hook up. Right, so if you go into here, everything, all of these options need to be hooked up, but none of the labels need to be hooked up. And some options are also just nested inside of other things. So for example, the head bone option. Because I could just hook up everything, right? Like, I could hook up a label or whatever. Let me think. I don't want to do this manually, but I think I might just do it manually. You know what? All right, we're doing it manually. Let's go. Button, we don't need to hold on to it, which is why we're just doing it in the setup function. I think after I wrote this little runner thing, which is free and open source, by the way, if you want to use that for your own stream, or if anyone is out there just needs like a runner for a bunch of applications all at once for a very specific purpose. I have a few new opinions on how to structure things. Hold on, we don't want to pass the entire node. Make it a bit more descriptive. And we'll just pass the button text. No, that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. Because then you can't switch off of it. You can't switch off of it. And then some of these things also, hard to say. All right, let's do this. Load model, that's a button. And when we go back to the UI, it looks like, which thing is being, it's eye options? Okay, so these are not titles. Yeah, I didn't accidentally title case these. Yeah, okay. Good job, me. So load model, that's just the text stuff. It's not super important. This is, or, okay. All right, we'll do it like this then. This is the easiest way, for sure. Where we just onReady var, and then we can reuse the same methods for every single control type. Yeah. It's not my favorite pattern, but it's gonna have to work. So on pressed. It'll take in a node, so this will be some sort of button. And it'll do a thing. Default. Okay. We can also set up regions. These are more or less VS Code regions. It'd be really nice if Godot had support for these, but it doesn't. I looked into making a plugin to actually add in support for region folding, kind of like how Godot has it. But, you know, I have a long list of things to do. It is one of my more favorite things to have, though. So move model. Rotate model. Model. And then reset model transform, reset model pose. Reset model pose. Yeah, okay. Model transform. Then head bone. Translation. Apply rotation. Oh, these are actually check buttons, not just regular buttons. Okay, so move, rotate, scale. Maybe we change the check buttons. We'll do that really quick. All right, so that's everything in general. Then we'll get the looseness stuff. Oh my God. My least favorite part of doing GUIs is hooking everything up. I like just designing the GUI. Everything afterwards just feels like a chore. Translation, looseness. So that's translation, looseness, line it, yeah. So that was rotation. Additional bones. I don't really have a better name for that. But it's like pretty much everything else by default. And then the idea for the bone menu is that you can have additional overrides or specific overrides for every single bone. Additional bones, looseness. Yeah. Oh, that's it. Neat. Just gonna eat more Twizzlers. I wish real licorice wasn't so expensive. Sometimes I'll buy real licorice, but always makes me feel kind of bad. Because it's better than Twizzlers, but are they worth like 1.5 times the cost for like half the amount of licorice? No. At least to me, absolutely not. Oh no, global interpolation. Enabled. Oh, this is going to be a pain. All right. And everything else follows the same pattern. So that was, I think there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Ah, jeez. Yeah. Then we just got to remember to change everything. This is gaze. This one is blink and mouth. Oh, did I forget like bone? Oh no, bone interpolation was moved over to like the actual bone menu. Makes more sense. Okay. On options. Okay. The last thing. I keep looking up and being surprised by the model, but I don't know. It seems to happen quite a lot when I use the duck that people don't believe that it's actually tracking anything. A lot of people seem to think it's just moving randomly, which is kind of true because I do move my head somewhat randomly, but it's not random. More or less. Sometimes I get distracted. Track on. Gaze strength. It's a check button. Please on ready var raw rotation. Alright, yeah. Easy. Now I just need to Continue to hook everything up. No. It's not hard. It's not hard. Just tedious. Base tree pop-up layout has the current page. Current page comes from base pop-up. We actually don't need the runner at all. Yeah. We don't need the runner, so take this out. The logger we do need. And then here we'll do, we'll pass this along to the ready function via meta. Although you don't need to do that. Yeah, why am I doing that? Yeah, that's so bizarre. Why do this, me? Why are you like this? What were you thinking? Just do it like this. Logger. Yeah, logger, then screen logger is equal to our logger. Then here, screen control default GUI is hooked up to this. So when you click on it, create a pop-up, set runner. The screen we just, well, not the screen, the actual instance comes from current page, toggle page. No, that's not it. I had an idea for this. I had an idea for this. Did I figure it out from here? I did. Get tree, current scene, get model. Yeah. So we can get the current scene by doing this. So there's the current page. Logger, blah, blah, tree. That's fine. Current page, initial page. Okay. So just by default, we should grab the current scene, and then we can figure out where we are after that. So this is the current scene. Yeah, might as well just hold on to it, right? So this does need to wait. So in setup, or is this something that everyone needs? Everyone kind of needs it, I suppose. Get tree currency. You know what? I'll just keep it like that. That's a bit easier to think about. So whoever needs to have a handle to the current scene will grab their own handle onto the current scene. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, get out of here. So if you need it, you need it. Otherwise, you will not be given access. Close most of this stuff. Bone display. Bone display is probably fine. Represents the configuration data for one bone for a given model. Okay. Looks legit. I'm just thinking, is there a way for me to do this less manually? I can loop through every single property. Like I do the same thing for like the base config, right? So instead of having to manually iterate through every single property to hook it up, instead what I do is do like for I in get property list, and then just filter out the properties I don't want, which is pretty easy to do. All right, let's do it, I guess. Also turn this on. States bool check button will be a check button. Yeah. So here's the idea. I think there's no way around it. I think I do need to do it manually. Like what I could do is like right after doing this, I can just bundle these up into their own arrays, which is a bit weird. It's a bit weird. Can I do this? We can do like a const, like, so this we'll just call it like buttons, right? And then I'll just run through everything that is possible. Can you do this? Oh, I guess you can't make it a const. I mean, it is technically a constant expression because it's always going to be equal to this, but I understand where you're coming from. Var buttons. And then just tell myself not to reassign it, which isn't hard. Which other ones? Oh, okay, that's it. Look at that. And the reason why I can't do this in the setup function is that you cannot exactly check which type of button something is. Oh, actually, you could exactly check, but then I don't want to accidentally conflict with base pop-up tree layout as well. So, is it possible to introspect on the class? Yes. Is it easy? I think it's very fragile. Which is why I'm doing it manually. Alright. Maybe one day in the future I'll have like a brain blast. It'll come to me in a dream, which is... It sounds sarcastic, but that's actually how I get some of my best ideas. Like, I think that's how I figured out how to do like the mouth movement stuff. I was sleeping, dreamt up a solution, and I was, all right, well, guess I better wake up. Check buttons, and then everything else is a line edit. That feels horrible. I really don't like that. You know what? Let's just run through everything. That's fine. We can have just a function to make it slightly more bearable, so there's less repeating yourself, I suppose. So func connect button. So this will take in our button. And then we know exactly what we are connecting it against. So button, connect, pressed, self, on pressed, and then we'll just pass in that button. Connect, check button. Check button. toggled check button. And then it's line edits. Connect line edit. All right, so I think it's text changed and text entered. So text changed on text changed, and I'll also pass along the line edit itself so we can determine which one it is. Yeah, and then we'll also do line edit connect text entered, text entered. Oh, so I knew something was missing. I forgot to bring up my stream monitor on my other computer. I just had a video running. I was like, all right. Feels about right. Feels about right. Oh, hello, Bumsy. Hello, hello. How are you today? Look at this. I've decided just to, you might notice the model is a bit different. It's the default model from Vroid Studio. So people get the message that this is actually, I'm actually tracking something using my Vtuber program. Fine, how are you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. You know, the usual, questioning why I even go to work. Even though I know I know the answer why. It's because they pay me, but, and I say go to work, but you know, it's like roughly 10 steps to go to work. Fall out of bed, drag myself over to my table. Prepare yourself to just sit through call after call. Or some days it's like no calls at all, so I just kind of sit there. Which is still pretty good. It's still pretty good. It's hard to beat that level of pay for the amount of work I actually do. I was doing GUI, that's life. God, yeah, I hate doing GUI, but the GUI is the hardest part, man. Like, hold on. Is this gonna blow up? Like, I think this looks pretty good, right? Well, you know. Just ignore it, I guess. Okay, well, hold on. Create pop-up. Hold on. Create pop-up. Hey, default GUI. Oh, I don't need to set the runner. That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. It looks about right. Ah. Non-existent function connects in base nil. Hey, really? Really? Is that in the setup function? It is in the setup function. Oh. Wait. Oh. Here's big, so that's expected, yeah. I hate this. Oh yeah, I forgot this is how this works. Hold on, I ran into this before. So, not sure if you saw this, but I did write a really quick thing in my spare time. Look at this. Looks pretty good, I think, written in Godot. You might note it, you might recognize the theme. Learned a lot. What is that? It's my stream stuff runner. Stream stuff runner. Posted in a few places. Look at this. Oh, it looks good, right? It looks good. Because I was building something out to figure out like how would you do really good like dependency injection. That's something that's not that clean. I think it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. IMO. Like how else would you do this? So you're able to select stuff. You need to know if it's running or not. You need to have a path. You need to have a name. How could it be cleaner? Don't know. But did you know that you can have singletons? You can have singletons without having autoloads. This is kind of a huge hack, but you can do stuff like this. It means that you're aligning labels upside of the input. That's bad. Upside. So like this stuff. Yeah, I suppose. It looked really bad to me though when it was all on the left. So like if there was less space, I think it will look a bit better. But there's an optimization you can do layout wise because you're a coder. Hey, you know. It works. Everything is displayed to you. I think it's not bad. That's why you like it. Yeah, well, I think I would say that I'm a power user, shall we say. I don't optimize for people who wants, you know, the application to do what's right for them or try to guess what's right for them, which is how I design most of my applications. I don't know. When you shift all these labels over to the left, it looks really bad because then the entire label is huge while this takes up almost no space. So the answer is to make the label a lot smaller, but then it looks really bad because then there's a lot of negative space. So then the obvious answer is to make the tree a lot bigger, but then there's a lot of negative space in the tree. So then what do? You could stack multiple windows in here, but then that just looks too cluttered then. You know? I don't think it's bad. I think it's pretty good. It's functional. There's not really a lot of other solutions. If there are other solutions, I'm open to hearing them. But I think that's pretty much as good as you're gonna get. Just give me one check. Okay. So Godot editor does it in their settings panel. Yeah, it's very thin. It's very, very thin. So if you were to squish this screen, I think it would look a lot better, but I don't want it to be squished. Or the inspector. Yeah, I suppose. In the inspector, this does look pretty good. I'll give you that. I will mention that some of these are not quite. Yeah, Godot, the Godot inspector actually looks like this. Yeah, look at that. They do the middle thing too as well. So I suppose all I would need to do is put a bar that looks distinct. Actually, you know what? Have you noticed that? Look at that. These things are all the way to the left. Well, these are all the way in the middle. Well, these are on the left. What the heck? What the heck? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I have, you know? So I guess if the complaint is that this should have like a different color behind it, yeah, that's doable. It's doable. I'm not gonna do it, but How did I fix this? I ran into this issue when I was working on this application, actually. Because when you click on register new app, it uses the same pattern that I'm using in OpenCPHCD. Different types probably. Maybe. Maybe. How did I do this? Oh, don't close it. Because I know why this is freaking out. It's because this ready function has not run yet. So what if I do yield self ready? That doesn't feel right. Because it needs to be ready twice. All right, well, I guess that worked. I guess that worked. So it runs the inner setup, runs this, okay, yeah. So what it does is it runs through base pop-up tree layout, this ready function. We wait until this signal here, then we wait for these things, because these on ready vars run before this ready function. I'm not sure what the order is. I think the order is super ready, on ready, and then this ready, and which then runs the rest of the setup stuff. Kind of. That's mostly wrong actually, but whatever. I'm not sure when on ready gets called in comparison between like the super and whatever. I'll need to think about that. Or maybe when calling setup, here we can do yield. No, that's not true. I think this will just cause it to freeze up. Maybe. Let's try that one more time. I just gotta check. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. What I'm really hoping, not hoping. Oh, this is listening for our own ready function. Yeah, okay. Self. We don't want base pop-up tree layout to actually yield, because then that might break a lot of stuff. Yeah, okay. So we run this again. Yeah, okay, I see. And it's kind of painful, but whatever. We'll just really quickly hit this with, a logger, print, button, text, just so I know that this works. We can click on all the regular buttons. All right, well, that's good. Oh, whoops. It's not print, it's info. So bum. Look at that. So model. Or are these not? Oh, this is the only one that's hooked up. All right. Anyways, that's good. Things are more or less working. So now I just need to hook everything up. Okay. Okay. I wrote connect button, so we'll do that. And that might be something that I can actually have. I can move a lot of the stuff over the base, the super class actually. I'll think about it. By the way, you might know that. Waiting. Model default. What other buttons? Set model transform. Set model pose. Lua C API can be used in Godot. Yep. I did write a thing. The repo name is very, very misleading. I did write Pong using that Lua API from Godot Lua plugin script. It's pretty cool. It was also very confusing when I was trying to write stuff. Oh, don't. This is fennel. Where did I do it? And C? Lua C API? I didn't use any of the C stuff, but I did use the Lua plugin. And I suppose because it's using Lua JIT, you can access that C API. Is that what you're talking about? Or Lua JIT C FFI, which is pretty good. Is that what you're talking about? But I'm not sure why you would want to use the Lua C API. Maybe I'm a weirdo. But if you already have the C API, I suppose like you don't need to go through any like GD native stuff, maybe? Does it use it? What do you mean it's Godot Lua plugin script? It's based off of Lua JIT's FFI as stated in the repo. So I'm assuming because it already interacts over FFI, you also have access to the regular FFI. You bypass GD. Yeah, well, I suppose you're not really bypassing GD native. It still has to go back to interacting over GD native, but I get what you're saying. It's a bit weird. I think I would prefer, if I was using any C libraries, I still prefer going over GD native. Instead of like abstracting it through another layer. Connect check button. Scale model. Line edit. Apply translation. Line edit. Set translation looseness. Rotation looseness. Additional bone looseness. I suppose you might not have seen this actually, but look at this. Look at this. Yeah. TOML support. I patched it into Godot as well. Something that is just kind of random. I'm trying to be more heads down for these streams. I realize I've been getting really distracted. Yeah, look at that. TOML support using my own custom stuff using Godot TOML. TOML. Yeah, look at that. It's implemented in kind of a weird way, but that's fine. Not too bad. Does the TOML support add anything? Not really. I think TOML is nicer to read than YAML. That's a personal thing, I suppose. Yeah. I can feel myself slowly feeling out how to actually do C++. Something that does really help is the fact that my PC is pretty beefy, so the recompile times when I do inevitably mess up isn't too bad. It's not too bad. Connect check button. Global interpolation enabled. PC came so slow, don't know why. I've noticed that my PC, ever since I've started playing Elden Ring, will just sometimes hitch for no reason. So I think I'm gonna blame good old Windows Update for that one. The perfect scapegoat, except like in this case it might not actually be a scapegoat, it might be the real reason. It's just Windows Update broke something. Would not be surprised. It happens. So maybe that's it. Maybe. Or you have a crypto miner installed. Have you considered this? Check button. Windows plus Chrome doing upgraded. To prove that hardware is enough? Maybe. I don't know. It's that good old, like, intentional obsolescence. You know, you could always do what every evangelist on the internet suggests, which is install Linux, regain control over your computer. The unfortunate part though is that if you install Linux, you do lose out on a lot of just easy compatibility for video games. But, you know, I guess with Proton and stuff, that shouldn't be too bad. Oh, hello XFNW, how are you? Linux is neat. Linux is neat. I'd rather not run Linux personally, because I like the compatibility, but I do work professionally with Linux all the time, which seems to surprise a lot of people. So, oh, I didn't realize. But you use Windows during your streams. Yeah, I do use Windows during my streams. What of it? Yes, wait for my slumber just to say Linux is pain. Yes. Probably my Linux. So I wasn't logged in for like 4 or 5 months. So do you run Linux on like a separate box? I felt pain when I use Arch. Lurk. One of these days, I will get around to updating my bots, because it does need to be updated. Because the Twitch API changed, I think, and now my bot's broken. Dual boot? Absolutely not. I know Windows doesn't play nice with dual boots. Or sometimes it doesn't play nice. So if you can make it work, yeah, go for it, right? Try that. Bin bash grub config, it didn't even boot. Probably need a live CD. I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that I've heard horror stories of like Windows corrupting your Linux boot partition. So even if you do it as like a GPT partition, something that Windows cannot recognize, it's because Windows doesn't recognize it that it tries to format your partition. I don't know. I'd rather just have a separate machine. Or basically, you know, air gap it. So it's not dual booting, but it's like if I want to boot into a Linux partition, what I do is I, you know, turn off the computer, disconnect the Windows hard drive, plug in the Linux hard drive, and then just send it. Oh, okay, yeah. Dependent hard drive, so it's independent bootloader, yeah. Boom, boom. I have one error. That's good. Signal press is already connected to given method on pressed on that object. Which one? Reset model pose. Heh? Where? Huh? Really? That's not true. Oh, it's this part. Haha. Reset model pose. I see. Whoops. Windows bootloader doesn't even know Linux exists, and I strike that booting. It's controlled by the BIOS. I don't know. I don't know. Unless you're talking about the air gap, in which case, yes, you are true. That is true. Alright, so all of these are logging. What's nice is that we can also bring up... No! Okay. So, logs does not have a log thing. Does not have a logger associated with it, even though it probably should. Alright, so what I can do is I can kind of cheat. We'll do screen set logger to be equal to our own logger. So we'll just pass it along. Null safe set it. So I want to boot to Linux. I press F12 and hold to select the hard drive to boot. That's it. No. Well, I suppose if it's on a completely separate hard drive, I guess you just need to make sure that Windows doesn't try to load in the other hard drive. Because that's what I'm saying is, right, even if it's a completely separate disk, it will still detect that hard drive. And because it doesn't recognize it, it'll try to partition it sometimes. Yeah, no, I know how to select or mess with your boot order. I'm very familiar with that. I think that's one of the things that you need to do if you want to rescue a completely borked system as well. So if you lost root password, so you're not even able to sign into this standard TTY. On Linux, you actually need to go through the BIOS. Or not even on the BIOS. You need to before the BIOS even boots. You need to. Well, it might be. Well, actually, is it before or after BIOS? I don't remember. But there are several flags that you can pass during kernel startup to then root into the system to change the root password. Lost root password, just burn PC. No, there are ways that you can rescue it for sure. It's very useful in the modern day because you don't usually have access to the physical box, so you can't like just rescue the drive. So I do know how to do that. I hate doing it though. All right, toggled. Blink eye blanks, toggled. Error? 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 Why? Por qué? Why is it error? Oh, it's because I'm pressing A. Okay, hold on. Where am I doing that? Okay, this thing. So I am intercepting just regular error calls as well. You can do that. Try my distribution is weird. Solus. There was an error. What's Solus? What is Solus based off of? Is Solus based off of Ubuntu? Solus Linux. What is Solus based off of? Or is Solus just... Oh, okay. Solus is Solus. I think. Right? Yeah, I suppose Solus is just Solus. Neat. It's good Linux. I don't know. I think good Linux is the Linux that is the Linux that you know how to use. Which is basically any Linux distribution that is either running yum or apt. Uses systemd as its init system and also has bash installed. Bash and vim installed. If it doesn't come pre-installed with bash or vim, I'm in for a world of hurt. So you lost your path. Yeah. I mean, I think there are several kernel flags that you can configure. So even if you have physical access to the device, you cannot bypass it with a chroot. chroot. I don't know how to pronounce it. I've always called it a chroot, but it's not bloated and using EO package. Yeah, I don't know. Spend most of my time in the man pages or just Googling stuff. Yeah, this sucks. I hate this. Alright, so if it's load model, so we need to pop up the load model pop-up, which will be a file dialog. Set model default. Set model transform. This kind of sucks. This kind of really sucks. Is there a... All right, so in get properties, what does that print out? I just gotta check. So, yeah, we'll hit it with a logger info. Get property list. What is this? Oh, this expects a string as well, so I'll just string it. So I'll just call it change root. Oh, there we go. Change root. Wonder what the canonical way of calling it is. Not like canonical the company, but just like there are some people that insist it's called. Oh, good. Okay, one sec. There are some people that insist that CentOS is pronounced CentOS, which is like 100% incorrect. 100% incorrect. It gets me every time though. I swear people like that just say it because they know it bothers people. CentOS. What the heck is a CentOS? CentOS or CentOS if you have a southern accent like I do. Which is probably the easiest tell for a southern accent, I think. Or American southern accents. Oh, good. Class name. That's tough. I suppose what I can do is... No, I can't because they're... It's using other UI things that may or may not have button stuff because I saw the drag your visibility thing there as well. Oh, no. There's no easy way. There's no easy way of doing it. That makes me sad. All right, we're doing it manually. Yeah, CentOS, CentOS. Is it CRUT? Change root? Is it sudo or sudo? You know? All kinds of possibilities out there. Like my dad still calls it sudo, which is, that's true, you know? You are doing it as super user. Or if you're using the better version of it, I suppose. Do as. Like do as, it's not does. Almost certainly do as. And that's all the buttons, by the way. Right? Button. Yeah, okay. Only 4 buttons. That's pretty easy. So load model. Is there a thing to pop up another pop-up thing? Funk. Model selected. So this will be some sort of path string, and then we'll have to pass it over to the default runner, which is default runner here. Yeah, okay. Try load model, and then this comes from the runner trait. Okay. Should probably be public, huh? So this is gonna break a few things. I'm a little nervous. Try load model, because this does need to be called by other things. It's not just an internal method, which means that default runner is now incorrect. Because this doesn't exist, but now it does. This exists. One more. This needs to be calling this then try load model twice. Yeah, there we go. Then here, model selected, we can do get tree current scene try load model. One of those. Maybe that's okay. So we'll do var file dialog. My YouTube videos that I'm just watching are too short. Oh, I guess I have been streaming for an hour. I guess I'll watch an internet historian video. Or I'll rewatch an internet historian video. Like a true degenerate. Yeah, I suppose if you're still there, Bumd, I suppose Ava, you're also welcome to chime in as well if you're there. Sorry for verbally pinging you if you were not specifically listening. I suppose what is your opinion on this? Because I'm not sure. It feels very Java-like to do this stuff, right? So for the stream stuff runner thing, it makes extremely extensive use of this handler pattern. So Godot does have singletons, but those are just nodes that you load into your scene tree, right? But doing it this way, you might notice that these are all inheriting from abstract handler, you look at abstract handler, it's actually a reference. Now, how am I actually calling functions on these and storing states? You know, when we start an app, how do I store the PID? And it's, oh no. We can store state in a constant dictionary, and these are, notice how these are all static. So I don't know if that's a good pattern or not. It feels okay to use, right? Because one, they're singletons. They don't take up space in your scene tree. The main detriment is that you also cannot debug it, I suppose. Well, when you run into an error in the editor, you cannot introspect because it's technically not in your scene tree. Therefore, it does not exist according to Godot. Because what I'm thinking is maybe for some things, I can reuse that pattern here. Not much opinion, but since your app is small. Yeah, since it's small, it's okay. No harm to use it. Yeah, well, for this one, it's not too bad because it's very, very specific. But for this application, that's not quite true. There's a lot going on, or potentially a lot going on. I don't know. I have to think about it. It works for you, yeah. It's a pattern I've never seen anyone use though, which is why I'm curious. So I'm curious. Since the instances are just singletons, yeah, it's a guaranteed singleton basically, which is something that you don't get with other, or you don't get with auto loads, right? Like with an auto load, you can actually still load in other instances of your auto load, so it's not a true singleton. Whereas if you were to use the handler pattern that I was showing, you can guarantee that this will always be the same instance every single time. But it does feel like a hack since you have to store everything in like an intermediate state as a constant. I don't know. That's fine. Yeah. Like I am spinning it in how I'm explaining it. So it sounds better than it actually is, but you know. Maybe not for this program. Maybe we'll wait. Hold on. File dialog. Give me the docs on the other screen. So, Godot. I did this before. Just keep this on screen. Just keep this on screen. Pop-up handler. Create file selector. Oh yeah, this is exactly what I want. Unless it makes it complicated to use. It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think a lot of people will be confused when they first see it, which is not good. I don't know. Open file. Do I have access to... So these are responsible for handling OS executes. Which one? This thing right here? Are you talking about these, or are you talking about what I'm working on right now? What I'm working on right now is just the file selector stuff. I think this is a good pattern, by the way. I like this one. So you have your abstract OS handler, which is your interface, because Godot doesn't have, or GDScript doesn't have real interfaces. Then you have your OS handler, which implements these functions. But you might notice it's just calling state handler and then calling the corresponding function. And then you just have a handler here You don't actually need to populate this. This is populated when the app first starts. But then when the app first starts, it runs main GD. Yeah, look at that. OS handler init. It's not actually running init, but it's, you know, it's just setting this handler thing. Init args whatever. So then it just does on the fly handling to choose either the window handler or the Linux handler. Right? So then Linux handler is not yet implemented, but here we have find process, runs all your stuff, etc. All that good stuff. You think constants are weird? Well, it's not the constants are weird. It's just a bit strange. Like it almost feels like I've created like a pseudo DSL without actually writing a DSL. Yeah, I've never seen this pattern before, but maybe it's because I haven't looked through enough code. But I like this pattern though. So we have this OS handler init, we pass in the appropriate handler, and then whenever we do any OS calls, which is mostly just looking for PIDs, so to demonstrate, clicking on refresh status looks for, it runs through all these apps, runs task list, which if we go into CMD, that's how you do task list, whatever. Oh, but it's actually doing task list, some sort of formats, CSV, I think. If you do like this, I think. Yeah. And then it's also doing a search for a specific PID, I believe. If it doesn't find the PID, then it also tries to look for the name, which is not strictly necessary, I suppose. How do you come up with these things? I don't know. I guess that happens when you need specific cases. Yeah, I don't know. It just came to me. I was like, wait a minute. I could do it like this. I wonder if it's possible. And then it was possible, so then I just went with it. Yeah. Because I remember reading somewhere that you can have constant dictionaries, but that all a constant dictionary means is that you cannot reassign the dictionary. You can still modify the dictionary. So I was like, wait a minute. Static functions can access constants. Static functions cannot access variables, but you can store variables inside of a constant dictionary. Therefore, it might be the coolest singleton you've ever seen. And by coolest singleton, I mean like the scariest singleton. AMCM get. So is this is a metadata thing, I think, right? Metadata GD. Default search path. Current path. Which one do you need? Do you need both of these? Can you mutate them? That's very pretty. Oh yeah, you can mutate them. Yeah. So if you look through the other handlers, I think the config handler is it config? Yeah. The config handler. So whenever I modify one of these, you can see that it starts doing some debouncing. So if I were to, do this, it's starting to save config. So that's a debouncer. Yeah. What the heck? Someone just knock on my door? Or is that the YouTube video? Yeah, so the debouncer, you can see that is saving on a debounce. So debouncing. Look at that. Save, debouncing, yield, states, main, get tree, create timer, debounce time. And then if state debouncing, whatever, right? So we can modify these interior values on the fly. So I thought this pattern was pretty cool as well. Like that's almost one for one for how I'm actually using these. But I think I'm a little too far in. I'm a little too far. I'm too deep into this application, so I cannot change the pattern that I'm using right now. Because the current pattern is an auto load that just has references to all the other managers. And they've used it like that, have you? For some static, oh yeah, for some static util functions for sure, right? That's the normal use case. Because that's how static functions work. But the more confusing part is being able to store state and mutate state based off of that. Wasn't using constant. Yeah. Usually what you would do is you would instance in these into your project, right? So in your main scene or your main auto load, like this is what most people have used it for, right? Is that in their app manager file, they create all their singletons, and then you can access random things from a static context, right? But if you have a static function, you don't even need to have the file instance. You don't need an instance of it anywhere, right? You can just call, you know, like pub sub do a thing. Or in my case, it would be, you know, config handler do a thing. This file is not instanced. This code is not instanced anywhere. You don't need to you don't need to auto load, you don't need to instance it. This handler does not exist in the scene tree. Yeah. Now you can check out the project if you want. None of these handlers are instanced in. They just kind of exist in the folder. And I attach a class name to them, of course, so I can actually, so it's easy to access them wherever I need them. Since static becomes initialized on compile. I suppose. The confusing part is what happens on the, like I guess the constants are also initialized on compile. Are there local variables? Perhaps. I don't really know. Because your static functions can access constants. Static functions cannot access vars. So, but you can store vars inside of a constant dictionary. Which is weird. All right, so load model. All right, that's good. Value of type nil. All right. Send me here. Step inside. Invalid set index. Okay. Kill it. Use it the register enums actually? Yeah, but what you're doing is like what you would normally do. Like you don't usually. Yeah, like no, like what you're describing is what most people use a static. That's what most people use, you know, static files like this, right? So you can also have a file called like global constants. So yeah, you could do something like this, but you would almost never try to modify any of these values, right? Did you know that you're actually able to modify an enum at runtime as well? Did you know that? I did not realize you could do that, but since enums are just dictionaries, you can, or enums are constant dictionaries, you can modify them. But yeah, this is what most people use. But this is not what most people use, right? Everything in this function is static, or everything in this file is static, or a constant, right? So Yeah, what you're describing is what most people use it for. What you're not describing is this, which is the ability to reference things from a static context but still change the values at runtime. Enums are not real enums, that's correct. Enums are just dictionaries. Oh, is it not called get? Is it called get data? Is that what I called it? It is get data, okay. That's how it's implementing Godot. Yep. It's just a string to integer dictionary. Key not found, default search path. Hey, really? 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 It's also not adding it. No, it should have. It should not have just failed. So window dialog, yeah. Model. Oh, is it because, oh, I see. I see. It's because it placed it inside of this thing. So if I were to, it's inside of this modal here, so it's not being displayed. The split container is actually hiding it. I see. I get it. Which means if I kill it, yeah, it gets cleaned up properly, but that's not how I should be adding it to the scene. How do I add it to the scene? I guess I could do like a get parents, add child. Since const can't be mutated, that's just plain wrong. Probably error prone, security breach, maybe even issue worthy. I don't think it's issue worthy. I think it makes, well, I don't know. I think it's just an implementation detail. All right, so you cannot reassign the dictionary value, but you can reassign the various keys within the dictionary. So I guess that's just, I think that's just an implementation detail, personally. Perhaps. Perhaps. Default search path. Metadata, get data. Base model. Base config, get data. It's not null, not null. Key not found. Really? Really, 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 really? That doesn't seem right. So base config, we can check against here. Where is it? Get data. It should work. Get data. Go here. What are we looking for? Default model path? Yeah. There is no default model path. What are we looking for? Default model path? Where? Setup scene? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And is it running it twice? Hold on. I think I haven't noticed that because I haven't actually stepped through every single function call, but this is getting called twice. Default runner. Default runner again. Oh, it's searching through. Oh, yeah, I see. It's searching through the metadata config and also just the specific model config, but there is no specific model config. And then, yeah, then we're looking through specifically the model config here. Oh, hold on, get rid of this. This is gonna take forever. Send me. Put it here. Is that what all these logs are for? Okay. Load model. Boom. So what's happening? So in get data, yeah, model config shouldn't be here. So we could probably just skip it without feeling too bad about it. Then metadata get data. Default model path. Or default search path, I should say. So what is R? R is not null, right? What is R? I would like to know. Is this null? Yeah, no, that's not null. It's... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh. Wasn't I getting an error saying that, or at least a log notification that it couldn't find it? Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm just dumb. And the panel container. Oh, okay, I forgot to pop it up. I see. Actually, can't you do this? So add child and then pop up censored ratio, and then that should just work. Huh, there we go. Do I have any other 3D models? Documents. Blender work. There's an STL. That's a blend file. Why are these all blend files? What the heck? Do I have any 3D models other than the duck? I should. Oh, you know what? I do have other 3D models. Get me out of here. Load model again. Temporary. Hot tub. No. Why can't I see anything? Oh, is this something that I need to modify inside of file die? Oh, you know what? I probably do. Add filter, right? Okay. What's up with that white avatar? No, that's me. That's me. I decided when I started this stream, should probably just make a custom avatar. Because I don't actually own the rights to any of the other VRM things. I just kind of use them for testing. And then when I use the duck, some people don't realize that I'm a duck. Or they don't realize that it's an actual 3D model. Right? Like this. Because it does kind of look like it's just random. Filter. Add something to the list of filters. To match. Oh, you know what? I should just do this. Yeah, that's so easy. FD add filter. Yeah, just add anything. We don't care. If you make mouth rigs, it will get a proper model. Yeah. There's not enough geometry on the duck though to allow for that. Right, if you look at the duck, there is... yeah, I think these are just... There's just two quads here on the beak. So there's... I would need to kind of mess with the topology of it. I think right now it's not too bad. It's simple. It loads in very quickly. Just create geometry. I don't want to create geometry. I don't want to mess with it anymore. I'm too lazy. So we can load in, let's just load in the hot. Really? Do these not have, like, is this my fault? This might be my fault. Is there nothing in, oh, these are just text scenes. Why did I do this? That does make this kind of hard. Which one? Do I have anything else? I could just really quickly export like a garbage thing from Blender, or go to downloads. This one. No, that's a VRM. Well, we can still try to load it in. No, we can't. That's not possible. That's tough. All right, we'll go into Blender really quickly and just export the default cube. Assuming you know Blender. I know how to do Blender. I'm not very good at it. I would say I'm pretty bad at Blender. It takes me a while to do anything. But I am familiar with just looking at stuff. So documents. Go send me to home. Dev, open cfhgd. Place stuff in the temp folder. Just call it cube. Because I just need another model other than the duck. Alright, beautiful. Load model. Temp. Oh, I didn't hook it up. Okay, that's my bad. Yeah. So this needs to be hooked up. It's popped up. Looks pretty good. FD connect. I think it's file selected. Self model selected. Which will give you a path, and then we can do the stuff again. I've used 3ds Max and Maya for like 15 years. I've used Blender for like 2, and I've relearned Blender many times. I've learned and relearned Blender a few times. Okay, we have an error. That's good. Key not found. Logs pop up. Hey, what happened? Emit signal. Method not found. Hey, what do you mean? And also, why was this not caught? Or is this? Yeah, what the heck? I wasn't able to catch this. I guess it doesn't catch anything called via push error, and then that doesn't actually print as like to standard out either, which is weird. On model? Oh, that's called model selected, not on model selected. My bad. My bad. Never had time to get into Blender. If I did, I forgot. Yeah. I mean, that's the tough part about 3D modeling software, or a lot of art software, it seems like in general, is that they all seem to be pretty specialized. They all seem to be pretty specialized. So knowledge doesn't really transfer over. Oh, did I change this? Hold on, I think I know why this broke. Model. Yeah, okay, I see. So that should be puppet traits. So this doesn't exist anymore. How is the duck running then? What the heck? So model, extensions. Is that it? That might be it. One more try. Figuring out this is I don't know my code as much as I thought I did. Okay. I guess it worked. Is there a cube in the scene? Is there a cube here? Nope, there's only the duck. Yeah, workflow is different. Yeah, workflow is different for a lot of these programs. That's why I like programming. You learn the workflow once, and then it just is more or less the same across all your applications. Unless you're doing, I don't know, like the architecture of most applications is roughly the same. The only difference is like editors, but all editors work roughly the same. All you need to do is know how to type, which is nice. This is runner trait. Oh, I see. It wasn't handled at all. So I go to default runner. Yeah, okay. So try load model just kind of sends it, which you don't want to do. I need to have like a load model function somewhere. Experience I started 3DS from DOS version that I imagine I have with the technical progression. It's not that straightforward. I was a kid back then, so very old school. Very old school. I wouldn't know. I didn't have a computer that had a graphics card until university, yeah. So I wouldn't know. I couldn't do anything that was heavier than like pixel art. Now, I think I've told this story before, a few times actually. But even though my dad was like a computer guy, he wasn't really into like a software when I was growing up. He's more into hardware. So I don't know. So if it didn't have to do with like fabricating circuit boards or doing embedded programming, he had just did not care. And because he was doing embedded programming, you don't really need a super powerful computer. All you need is like the hardware to flash stuff and like a C compiler. So the computers that I had to play with when I was a kid was very, very limited. So load model. Give me a save. We'll open this up. So there is. Where is it? Default runner. Where is default runner? Default runner. Runner trait. Okay. So here. His workplace had monochrome monitors, like 10 inch or something, black and white more like. I don't know. That was before my time. That was before I had memory. Like I said, the first computers I used were like Windows 95 and Windows 98. And when you're a kid, you're like, oh, this is neat. It's a computer. When you drag a magnet over the screen, it makes funny colors. So, which might have been why I was not really allowed to use a computer that often either. Oh, you know what? That's why I put these up here. It's all coming back to me now. Try load model. This needs to be try load model. Save this. Save this. Put these back into private. Okay. So result, and then I'll just need to do all of this stuff. I'm remembering now. DOS is so nice for me because when you're a kid, you get excited by letters and commands, can't describe it. Yeah, you might be a bit, quite a bit older than me. I don't remember using DOS. I only ever remember using like graphical GUI before I knew how to read. So I don't know. Can't speak to it. Can't speak to it. And you run some graphical paint applications or games like Tetris, then imagine you run Windows 3.1. We'll never go back to DOS again. Once again, I cannot really speak to that. Sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. A bit too young for that. So just boomer stuff, yeah. Boomer. Use the computer. Back when computers were just like command line applications. Or isn't it like with DOS? Yeah, you navigated DOS from the command line and then you could boot, or you could open up a graphical UI at some point. Is that how DOS works? I don't know why I'm not just copy and pasting, by the way. Do I have duck path here? Oh, I have the default model path. Default model. Hey. Unexpected indentation. Oh, it's a... Why did I put like a period here? What the heck? Win.exe, then you're Windows 3.1. Norton Commander, most use things in DOS probably. The more you know. The more you know. I wouldn't know personally. Alright, just paste all of these in. So load model. Then we'll do model is equal to result. Unwrap. Do I have model here? Okay. Oh, you know what? We can break it out at this level. There is your stuff, and then we'll just have this as a so logger error load model not yet implemented. Yeah, there we go. Default runner. Why is this being weird? So runner trait. Is there no logger here? There is a logger here. Setup logger, logger new. Logger isn't declared in the current scope. What do you mean? Okay. Well, what was that? That was weird. That's NCEXE, Norton Commander, and QBasic. What the heck is QBasic? I remember my dad was telling me to learn basic all the way back in the day. If model is not null, so want to immediately free it, mode model. If model parent is not null, then we'll also just want to immediately free it. How do I currently do it in OpenCFace? Because I know that you can't just do this willy-nilly. There's a very specific order that you need to do loading in. I forget how it works though. Or actually, no. I guess you can just send it? Is that how that works? You can just send it? Yeah. You don't need to queue free it, you can just replace them, and then you never need to add them ever again. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you don't need to replace them, you can just, or you do need to replace them, but you just replace them in line. Okay. I should really be referencing my older code more. Yeah, I think that's fine. There is your model. Model parent, we don't need any of that stuff. We don't need to replace, don't need to replace any of this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So load model, we replace all of this stuff. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. Oh, I suppose. Does this run immediately? Okay, so we do need to return here. Return. Okay, and we'll get rid of this. And we'll hit it with a load model, default model path. And we'll do all of this stuff. Okay, yeah. I think that seems pretty good. Pretty good. Which means that now in our model GD, or no, model this thingy, get tree, we'll just do load model like that. Which should just work in line. I'm trying to tell myself I remember how this all should work. So it did load it. I see default runner loading cube GLB using load GLB, which makes sense. Hold on, runner traits. Try load model. Yeah, then it does like a, it looks like it's calling a lambda, but it's not actually a lambda. Default runner, try load model. If it's an error, then we just return an error. I'm down to my drink. What happened? What happened? Try load model. I suppose we can do this really quickly. Logger info. Starting model for this thing. Finished load. Okay, just a bit more logging for my own sanity. Everything else is just config changes, but for these things, Try load model. Try load model does this. So it checks to see if the path exists. It finds an appropriate loader. Path extension. If this extension is in the appropriate loader stuff. Okay. Method name, loader file extension. Yeah. Loading. Yeah. And then I provide several default loaders like load GLB and load scene, load text scene. So I treat those things the same way. That might not be appropriate. Yeah. Set scripts. This is correct, right? Model extensions, puppet traits. Then this one should be entities base model, which inherits from puppet trait, I believe. I might need to overload this. What is base model? Or is base model just wrong? Oh, there is no such thing as base model. Good job, me. I don't even use this. Great job. Duck path. I think I don't even need duck path. Yeah, I don't even need duck path anymore. Like, it is loading in. Okay, breakpoint time. Breakpoint time. Default runner. How did this work? So this did all the scaling stuff, and then that's it, because the model already exists in the scene tree. Yeah. Okay. Duck path. Okay, so this is default model, which is already just the duck, right? Yeah, the default model is the duck, so I'm not worried about that. Close most of this stuff. Okay, breakpoint. So the result is no error. It has an object. It has several members, puppet trait, etc. Okay. We can also look at the model. Our current model is nothing. Oh yeah, because that's a duck. Go into here, load model, temp, cube. Like, the cube technically does not have a skeleton, I suppose. Is that where it breaks? Is because there's no skeleton on the thing? Or actually, wait a minute. In my old code... Oh, I see. I'm dumb. Okay. I remember. I remember. So I don't actually load it in place in the old code. I don't actually load it in place in the old code. What I do is I kill the entire screen and then just reload it with a new model in. I think. Like, clean load model display screen. Yeah, so when you try to load a file, yeah. Why did I write this like that? That's so tough. Where's the model picker? So, floating container, base file pop-up. Oh, this is so tough to navigate. I'm trying to remember how I structured this. It's not in resources, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so in model, setup map bones, blah, blah, model pose, yeah. Model XML, event load model, but then which thing catches that? Is it in screens? So main screen, does that catch file to load change? Oh, yeah, that's probably it. File to load change, no? No. Is it here? Did you connect to it? No. Oh no. I'm trying to keep the architecture of my current one and the architecture of what it used to be in my head, and I'm starting to forget a lot of stuff. That's no good. Who listens for this signal? It's not you. So signal broadcaster. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to know. Oh. File to load changed. And then, yeah, okay, I see. So from here, oh, get me out of here. Where am I? Here, main screen, listens for file to load changed. Set file to load. Yeah, file to load changed. Load config. Then we clean load, which means we just yeet everything that's currently in it. But then how does the, oh, the GUI is just a separate thing altogether. I remember now, yeah. I think. Did you catch bad cases from models? It should catch bad cases from models by default. So here, when you load in just some garbage, so we try to load in, I don't know, the README. Yeah, we'll get an error. So error, default runner, whatever. So we could look at the logs. I guess like I need to do a thing where I reorder all the pop-ups. So new pop-ups display on top of older pop-ups. But here, you can see that we have some highlighting. So error, default runner, code 46, unhandled file formats, description, markdown, right? I thought about making an app or UML diagram to convert Godot scripts. That might be kind of cool. I don't know too much about UML though. Definitely not my area of expertise. Does not null, then model free. Model parents, child, model, I guess. Will this work? Okay. Non-existent function, add child and base nil. Okay. Okay, so we just need to reorder this. So model parents. Like that. So this kind of works. Better things to do. Yeah. What is a UML? I feel like I remember learning about UML diagrams. UML diagram. I learned about these in school, but I don't remember. I remember I used to be okay at all this like process or data modeling stuff, but UML. What is a UML diagram? Oh yeah, I know this one. Very familiar with this. Process flow diagram, very good at this. A use case, yeah, use case. Interaction, also pretty good at these. Structure diagram, I'm not great. I don't think I've ever done this before, but it should be very similar to an activity diagram, I suppose. It was good when you forget your architecture, design new ones. Yeah, I feel like I've seen architecture diagrams before. Okay, I guess that a UML diagram is just the main describing term for a architecture diagram. I should really make an architecture diagram one of these days. Because all my programs, I always come up with a new architecture. Oh, this might be cool. What if I do things this way? And just always end up shooting myself in the foot. Because then all my stuff ends up being slightly different. Anyways, check that out. That seems pretty cool. Make it for your team to follow. Yeah, I don't know. Like the UML, or I guess the flow diagrams that I usually do are like either with swim lanes. So you have like like a front end, back end, and well, user, front end, back end. You know what I'm talking about. So if you go into something like draw.io, loading, decide later. Oh, it's so bright. That's why I started talking about, yeah. It would really help for sure. It would really, really help for sure. Where are my swim lanes? Swim lane. Swim lane. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so you'll have something like this, and then just copy it over. Very familiar with the style of diagram. Very, very familiar, because this is what I do for work. Or I do a lot of this for work. It's not specifically what I do for work. It's a fake UML app. Yeah, well, you know, we can't all afford like Signavio or... Is it Visio? Microsoft Visio? Visio? Yeah. We can't all afford Visio or... Have you heard of Signavio? This is BPMN, Business Process Management Notation, or Business Process Management, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna pay for that. Sorry. I think I'd rather just use Draw.io or something. Or you can use like Lucid Charts. That's what my company uses. Yeah, Lucid Chart. Also not gonna pay for this. I use Plant UML. What's Plant UML? Is this free? Oh, is this like an open source kind of thing? Where is it? Please just have, okay. Become a sponsor. All right, I found it. Plant UML. Oh, it's a Java app. That's gross. But not unexpected. Write diagrams of the code. Oh no. I suppose that's cool. I'll give it a star. I'll keep it in mind. Uses Gradle, my least favorite build system. Build XML. Not even a POM. You're right. Yeah. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But anyways, it seems to work. It seems to work. And then we should be able to load in the original duck. So we go into assets, duck. Oh yeah, we could just load in the default rubber duck. We can load in the fixed rubber duck. So duck text scene. Yeah, okay. Cool. Plant text. What is this? I'm getting distracted again. Oh, it's one of these. Yeah, I've seen this before. There's a lot of there's lots of things like this. Yeah. There's lots of things like this, where you write UML diagrams using just text. So I've seen something else. Someone mentioned it in one of my Discord servers that I'm in. Not really into Discord, but I can totally find it. It's in this one. You know what? This is technically a public Discord server, so I can just search through it. Isn't there like someone posted something about UML? Might not be in here. Diagram. Oh, this one. Yeah. This one. Yeah. So this is also similar, I guess. So there's plant text, I suppose. You have this really nice looking one as well. And it is like, oh, it's just a ton of syntax that I don't want to learn how to use. What is that? I suppose it's similar to whatever this is, right? Yeah, this is the one I was aware of. I've seen this before. See, this one looks cool. It just kind of displays in the background. I suppose this one is like a weird syntax thing for UML. Yeah, I mean, they're both relatively simple, I suppose. You know, once you learn the syntax, anything is easy. Like, something that seems weird here is why are these doubled up? This doesn't really make a lot of sense. It seems like this should actually be like Bob to Alice, but instead it has Bob to Bob, Alice to Alice, and then hello going in between the two lines, which is invalid in my opinion. Look at the top of the scroll bar. What am I looking at the top of the scroll bar? Select example. Oh, I don't know. Give me a conditional. Send me. Yeah, okay. So title, start, eat hot wings. Okay, cool. Does this one have examples? Language reference, load another diagram. Well, I don't know. Do you have any other examples? I think this one looks a lot better than this one, but it's not so bad. Nomal. This is nomal. Is nomal free and open source? Might not be. Oh, actually, it is. Oh, look at that. It is. This is also free and open source. There are themes. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. You know, there's a ton of things. There's tons of things that are possible. Is this one free and open source though? If it's not free and open source, I always lean towards the free and open source stuff. Because at least with the free and open source stuff, you'll have the ability to host it yourself, maybe. Yeah. Anyways, that's like for way, way in the future. Way, way in the future. Plant UML web server. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is just okay, this is just Plant UML but hosted. Neat. Neat. So, okay, so you type in text, like this is Plant UML, it sends it back to the server, and then the server draws this diagram for you. That's cool. That's cool. I think I'm probably still more into this though. How do you pan the canvas? Oh, okay, look at that. Look at that. I don't really know how it works. Seems a bit confusing. Before you start coding? Maybe. Maybe. It might help, for sure. That's not really how I roll. Something that would really help is something that would probably really help. Is doing this retroactively so I remember how things work. Alright, I think most of this is fine. I think for default runner, I do need to overload, or not overload. Change how this one works. Bum bum. So we don't want to use Puppet Runner, right? So we want to use bum bum. Or maybe we do just want to use the puppet trait, huh? That's fine. You start with that diagram, clean things up a little. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It would help, for sure. Maybe next time. Maybe for the next 3, right? In like a few years. We're already too far in now. Can't stop me now. All right. Okay. I suppose loading works now, though. That's neat. What else do I need to work on? Well, bad question. What's the next thing to work on? This thing. Okay. So that's okay. The buttons aren't ultra important. Set model as defaults. So does puppet trait store the model path. So default model path. Do I set the path on the model? So default runner, no. Runner traits, so on try load model, Plant UML, fairly big app, 30 classes or something, generated C# code with it. I don't know, I don't think I've ever worked with anybody that did like code generation from a UML model diagram. I guess it makes sense. So if your UML diagram describes your I guess your tree, I guess it's okay. But 30 classes isn't very many for an app. That's about expected, but maybe that's just my Java programmer coming out. I'll probably just generate a template. That's cool. Yeah, that's neat, I suppose. I think I would like it a lot more if it just generated a database schema for me. That's actually what I would prefer. I hate generating database schemas. But model set script. So on Puppet traits, because I don't store the path on any of these. Or actually, yeah, what I could do, I could just store it. That might be nice. Var current model path. That's not hard. So then here, this is technically not an error. Inheritance, abstract classes, virtuals, etc., and interfaces. I suppose. I suppose. I feel like, yeah, most of the projects that I've been affiliated with, we just throw up a basic flow diagram of what we want. So like the general user use case. So what I was describing before, right? So you have your user flow, your front end flow, and your back end flow. And then inside of those will link to other diagrams. So your front end flow will link to like, okay, like this is your actual application front end. This is your actual application back end. So you'll have your server, you'll have your database, diagrams. And that's pretty much it, yeah. We never did any code generation. We never did any code generation from that. We just, that's it. Sometimes we'll, update it if we ever make any changes, I suppose. Yeah, I've never done any code generation from a UML diagram. It does make sense though. Flow diagrams, different concept class diagrams are architect. Yeah. Well, no, we have flow diagrams, and then those flow diagrams have links to, your actual your class architecture diagrams, which are separate. But it is useful to be able to jump from context to context, because your class structure stuff does not exist in a vacuum, right? Right, your classes must be used for something. So it's nice to be able to jump from the actual usage flow down to the architectural flow. Where architectural flow, is like, how does things, what does the inheritance tree look like? How do you classes interact, whatever. As opposed to how should they actually interact in the scope of the entire application. Because most applications aren't just one thing. At least the things that I worked on. At least the things that I work on are huge, for better or worse. Set data, default model path. Here. Flowcharts don't have code generation. Well, see, that's what I'm saying though, right? That's what I'm saying is that I've never worked with a UML diagram that did any code generation for us. Right, you just look, what we did was, you know, you reference the UML diagram while you know, work on your tasks. Or usually we'll just have, so someone will, you know, generate the diagram, then the architect will just go through and set up the entire class structure based off of that, and then we'll figure out who needs to do what's based off that. It's expected. Yeah. I've never done any code generation. Flow diagrams are the most used one. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've seen architecture diagrams. I wasn't aware they were called UML diagrams. That makes sense though. Reset model transform. Yeah. Yeah, but when you're working in a big project, lots of stuff, these diagrams get very, very big. These diagrams get huge. Up to the point where it's might even be considered like a bad idea to look at the diagram without any context, because it's very easy to get confused in lots of the bigger ones. Set up A pose. Set up T pose. Hey. What is it called in the signal broadcaster? Yeah, no. I think the biggest project I've ever worked on, almost from scratch, it was like 2 teams of like 15 people in each team, which is way too many people, but you know, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Translation damp. This is tracking. Reset model transform. Yeah, these are all in the model GUI, which makes sense, but then these aren't actually here. Oh, you know what? This is probably just controlled by the regular GUI. Right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Model, load model, no. Load path. What is this? Current directory and current path. Okay, so that's also what I need to do here, I think. Current directory, current path. You know, Lucidchart like tools or toys are mainly used for presentation, not really used for repurposing via code. Well, like I was saying, like I have been saying, we don't ever use code generation, or at least for my projects, we've never used any of these tools for code generation. So that's pretty much the point, is be able to present to new people, look back at the diagram to verify that you are following the plan, and then for ease of updates, you know. No, that's pretty much it. Like, we use it as a reference. We never use any code generation. Because there's only so much code you can generate, right? It makes sense to me. So I suppose if you were to, the main point that you should take away from what I'm talking about is that I've never used any of these tools that you've used for code generation, because at least the architects I worked with never found any value there. Right, because you can only generate the code once anyway. You can only generate code once, and then like writing code is not the slow part. It's figuring out the logic that's the slow part. Writing code is the easy part. It's the very, very fast part. Unless you don't know how to type, but if you don't know how to type, you've got bigger problems. File selected. Default model. Reset model transform. Oh, okay, I see. So default runner needs to... Oh, this is default runner. Oh yeah, that's fine. Default runner. Okay, so here, yeah. So we'll do current scene. Still takes time to, depends on the IDEs. Well, depends on what your opinions on either IntelliJ or Eclipse are. Yeah, writing code is definitely 100% not the slow part. I think that's a fallacy that a lot of people run into, is thinking that the slow part of programming is writing code. That's not true. The slow part of programming is writing logic, figuring out the logic, figuring out how things work. Like, code generation should only be used for like boilerplate. So, you know, filling out like a UML, filling out a bunch of classes that correspond to your UML diagram, that's not really boilerplates. That's not what I would consider boilerplate. I would consider boilerplate to be like lots of reflection stuff. If you're trying to, or if you're trying to generate like testing code or mocks for tests, that's a lot of boilerplate that can benefit from a lot of code generation. Or if you need to generate a server, just a basic server config, that's a boilerplate. But setting up all the variables and whatnot like this, that's not boilerplate. This is things that you should do by hand, so you know what's going into the class. In directory structure, it's Java. it's the Java directory structure, so it is very deeply nested. But that has no impact on code generation. Code generation should be able to figure that out. Or at least dump everything into a single directory. Initial model. Scene model transform is equal to scene model, scene initial model transform. Scene model parent transform. Dot transform is initial model parent. Oh, model initial transform. Whoops. I generate 200 lines and 303 files. That's already a day at work, I guess. Really? Really? 200 lines of things that you already know about? I think I might get fired. Or I need to work a lot of overtime. I can write 200 lines of code that's just copying from something else pretty fast. That's not the slow part. Like, I think writing 200 lines of code where you needed to figure out the logic, that's a productive day. That's an extremely productive day. But if you are just copying from an architecture diagram, that's nothing. Especially for like a C# or Java thing. Even just like 1,000 lines, right? As if you are just filling out classes from an architecture diagram, that's nothing. Because you're just copying, right? Like, at that point, you should be able to hit like a pretty fast, you know, words per minute. Oh, I guess there is no reset pose. Oh, you know what? Reset pose in this thing. Actually, yeah. This maps back to, yeah, T-pose, reset all bone poses. Yeah, I remember. And then puppet trait. Base pop-up runner trait. Config manager, get out of here. Model config. Is it puppet trait? Is it puppet trait? Reset all bone poses, yes. All right, so model, yes. So reset model pose, and then this should have, well, because this is just default, yeah, like that's fine. So get tree current scene model, reset all bone poses. So a lot of these are super hard coded, but that's fine. The VRM runner will have to do some fancy stuff after this though, or probably like re-implement several functions, I guess. Yeah, we'll think about it. So VRM runner, or is it just called runner? And then there's just happens to be one for VRM. How did I structure this? So in extensions, under resources, is it just VRM? Is VRM config ini VRM? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so I'll get back to VRM eventually. I'll get back to VRM eventually. I need to look more into that. So I think VRM should probably inherit from default runner. Most things should probably inherit from default runner and then just handle things slightly differently. Unpressed. Yeah, so that's okay. There's no way to move the model just yet, but that's okay as well. On-toggled. Yeah, I think that's everything though. Yeah. Hold on. So we can actually run this. Just don't click on VRMer because that's going to explode. So we can set model as default. That doesn't do anything. These, oh, well, no. Yeah. These will do things. They don't do anything. We can set model as default, which causes us to crash. That's good. Set model default. Huh. What happened? Crash handler exception. What? Key not found. Crash handler exception. Program crashed. What? What happened? Ooh? What? CM set data. Yeah. What? Why did this crash? Why did we crash? That's very strange. And there's also no debug information either. Yep. There's a crash. So key not found. Default model path. Ooh, restart. Yeah, I should probably restart. That seems very weird though. Because there should be nothing, like, it's possible that some of my, ooh. That's fine. That's fine. Some of these errors are fine. We can load in a model. I'm not going to do that. Oh, another crash. Crash handler exception. Program crashed. Okay. Let me think. So logs, we can just open it. No, bring me to the directory. Okay. Kill this. Open up this, that's fine. Don't look at it. Open up app user data, OpenCFace GD. Oh, is it because of, is it possible it's, no, I don't know. What do you got? What do you got? Logs pop up set, no, that's not it. Run me again. Let me see if anything is logged here in the actual log file when we crash. No, that looks about right. Don't know why there's such a long, is it this one? Is it like this line that's really long? Which one of these lines is super long? No, they're all just normal length. So key not found. Key not found, default model path. So I think there's a few things that seem a bit suspect to me. Key not found. So that should be in model config. Key not found. Yeah. Returns null. Is it in metadata? Is like one of these corrupted? What happened? That doesn't make any sense to me. The last one? What do you mean the last one? So this never logs, which means that we fail here, which is good. It must be in metadata then. Something in metadata is causing a hard crash. I wonder if it's because of all the random garbage I have in export. So I should probably get rid of these. Or, oh yeah, you know what? It's probably this metadata file. It's probably breaking stuff. All right, send me again. Oh, never mind. Nope, that's another hard crash. That's good. All right, we'll have to check. We'll have to check. We'll have to check. Config metadata. No, not metadata. It's in config manager. Get data. No, set data. All right, no, we'll just step through it. We'll just step through it. So we're still good. Okay, step into it. Oh, okay. So it's because of this signal here. So it did find it. And now we crash. Oh, that is bizarre. That is so strange. That is so strange. Okay. So I know why it's happening, I think. So we can, if we do something like PS. How do you check has user signal, right? Key. Send me. Model set as default. All right, so I know where it crashes, so we'll just go here. I didn't store it. Let's store it. Print. Well, no, let's just test. How becomes an error now, but son? Oh, it's never really worked. I've never done any of the set get stuff just yet. So what is this? Test is true. So it has the user signal, but then we're not able to emit. How do you emit a user signal? I thought you could just emit user signals, right? Yeah, you should just be able to emit user signals because I've run this test before. In test config manager. Yeah, set data so you can maybe I haven't. Maybe I haven't tested this before. I thought I did some like signal reception stuff here. Maybe I haven't. What is a user signal? So user signals are signals added at runtime. Adds a user-defined signal. Arguments are optional, but can be added as... Whoa, wait, no, that's fine. User-defined signal arguments are optional, but can be added as an array of dictionaries. Wait a minute. Each containing name, string, and type integer. Ooh, hold on. I think I added the user signals incorrectly, and that's why it's throwing an error, but... Or no, I added the user signals incorrectly because when I registered all the user signals... Is this it? Yeah. I think. Create signal. Here, we go into the pub sub. So when we create the signal, Well, these don't have any arguments. Never mind. I was gonna say I was probably adding arguments to the user signals, but no, that's not true. It is interesting to note that adding a signal, a user signal via code is different. I didn't realize that. Huh. But we're not able to emit a signal. I swear I tested this before. Why is it only crashing now? But yeah, basically a user signal is a signal defined at runtime. Yeah. So I have tested this. I swear I have. Is it in pub/sub? Where's my pub/sub? Test pub/sub. Yeah. See, I've tested this. Watch signals. We register it, and then we catch the callback stuff. Yeah, like I've 100% tested this before. Yeah, you see, 13 passed, one warning. I don't know what the warning was. It's usually fine though. Is it maybe you need to cast it? I don't think I need to cast it. Like I'm 100% able to do it. Is it because there's too many signals? Is there like a hard signal limit? There might be a hard signal limit. Show pop-up. Maybe. Like it's not expecting anything though. It's not expecting. That doesn't make any sense. So if AMPS has, or wait, what was I testing? Has user signal? Okay, let me try this. So just to make it easy. So if AMP pub/sub has user signal, then we'll print has key. If AMPS has just a regular signal, key, because the key is always going to be the signal, I'll print has reg signal. It's weird. That's weird. All right. Sending it back to here. I'm curious. It's so weird how it's not giving me a stack trace. Wait a minute. What? Wait. How does it have both a user signal and a regular signal? Has user signal, right? This is correct. Has user signal, has signal. Return true if the given signal exists. Return true if the given user defined signal exists. Only signals added using add user signal are taken into account. Hold on. Pub/sub. Did I accidentally define this twice? No. Like these don't exist here. Like the signal that we're looking for is default model path. So that should not exist in this piece of code. Yeah, the 0 matches. They are the same signal, yes. But this signal should not, no. Something's not right here. Something is very, very wrong here. Let me check. This might be a bug, and did I just discover a Godot bug? Did I just discover a Godot bug? I think it's possible. I'll need to search inside. Where is signal stored? That's weird though. That's really weird, because that should not exist. That should not exist. Hold on. So okay. User signal returns a normal signal, which should only return user. Yeah, no, the has this thing here. Where was I? What was the thing I was editing before? It's not base config. Yeah. Default model path is only a user signal, right? This logic is pretty cut and dry. Like there's no gotchas here, right? Default model path is a user signal. It's not built into the file. I've already checked. It's not in the file, right? So this should be false, but for some reason it's returning true, which I think is a bug. I think it's a bug. Because if you look into the pub subcode, all the signals are registered via create signal, invalid name. I never run into this error, and then we add the user signal. Yeah, because that's the only way that you can add signals at runtime, which is what I'm doing. And then connection works the same way. Oh. Wait, it doesn't matter though. Like the connects user signal. No, yeah, you just connect the same way. Oh, has user signal. All right, connect me like this instead. Metadata load error, that's fine. Using defaults. Default runner, key not found, default model path. Is this under? It's always hard to say. Reload me. I'm not sure where we are. Please. Just open it again. Has user signal. No argument. Or that's has user signal, and then emit signal. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll just look. This is in core binds, right? Or no, this is object. Has user signal. Has user signal. Where's just has signal? Where's just has signal? Do they have the same implementation? Because that's signal map. Has signal. Has signal. Add user signal. Yeah, no. Not the line I was looking for. Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Signal map has trying to add already existing. No, yeah, you just add. Actually, no, these are all for user signals. Where's all the built-in signals? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Kill this. Running into an error here. Where is it? Debug settings, verbose standard out, send me. So we're just going to set this. Boom, 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 boom. That seems incorrect. Maybe a user signal is the same as a signal. What? I need the implementation for has signal. Or is class DB? Has signal. Has signal? Duplicate me again. Has signal in this repository. I wish you could. I wish you could define which specific thing you wanted to look for as well. Probably core bind H. Yeah, core bind H is where you find most of the core stuff. So has signal. Return class DB has signal. All right, yeah, that's fair enough. And then it gets added there. Get signal list. Oh, you know what? I could probably just hit it with a get signal list for a class. I'm not sure what no inheritance does. Signal. Hold on. Scene states. Get signal list. Set block signals is blocking signals, huh? Anyways, this is where it crashes. Or no? What? Did it work? Where am I? What are we doing? Default model path. Yeah. What happened? What? What happened? What? Where? Why? Oh, I see. I have a logical fallacy, where it's because it runs out of memory. My stack overflowed. Oh, I see. Yeah. So on metadata changed, I set the data. Here we call. We do this thing. It gets caught by this. That's really weird though. Why did it just immediately crash? Oh, it's because oh. Okay, I see. So if I do this, oh, don't do that. If I set the breakpoint here, and instead of just letting it go, I see what the problem is. So we catch this, step, and then we can just observe that the stack frame gets ever larger. Ah, okay, so it's not Godot, it's me. That's why it doesn't give me a, that's why it didn't give me anything, because it just runs out of stack frames. Interesting, yeah, so we can just click it and then we observe an infinite loop. Okay, so that's tough. That's tough. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe I just want to, we take this part out. Just rely on the config manager to do this thing. But then we also need to listen for changes from our side as well. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we can just send it. Key not found. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's okay, I guess. I guess problem solved. Problem solved. A metadata changed, or on any data changed, really. We should do am save config. And so these will save on a debounce. So yeah. Did it save the config though? I actually don't know. Yeah. It might have. It might have. Yeah, there's our metadata.json. Default model path. We can load a model. Go on to temp. Load in the cube. There is your cube. Set model as defaults. Observe that it doesn't get written, but maybe it will once we debounce. Logs. Hey. Are we not gonna save? Are we not gonna save? We're not gonna save? Really? Are you gonna do me like that? Okay, so it didn't save. It does save instantly. Maybe it's a problem with my debounce logic then. Is my debounce logic bad? Save config. So we just have this running on a timer here. We're on a delta timer. If debounce counter is greater than the debounce time, what is my debounce time? It's 3 seconds. Save config instance. Yeah. Yeah, this should be like a logger info. Save data, save data. Saving data. Phenomenal. Finished saving data. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Can load in entities, duck, text scene. Set model as default. I don't know what the logs say. Key not found. Why aren't we saving? Why aren't we saving? Who wrote this? Okay. I mean, that looks about right. So that seems to be incorrect. Here. Is it here? So this should be like something that metadata changed. Oh. Oh. Hold on. On metadata changed, metadata set data. Okay. But in the runner here, default runner. No, not default runner. Default GUI. Not default GUI. It's in model. Yeah. CM set data. Yeah, so whenever you set data via this config manager basically repeats that down onto the appropriate thingamajig. So why isn't that working then? Set me here. We'll just follow this. Bum bum. I should probably take out the unnecessary log stuff. So we go down to here. Set. Oh, you know what? I see. So config manager. How does this hook up? How does this hook up? On metadata changed. Set data. Hold on. There's a good way of doing this. Also, this should probably be like a debug kind of thing. So in base config, we don't want to do any saving. Here, we do want to do some saving. But here, find data set, we should be setting it appropriately. Okay, so, okay. AM, PS, emit, signal. This is where we want to broadcast. Key. Yeah, just broadcast that this is changed, I think. And then this will be caught by itself. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, so we hook up here. We register key. Yeah. That's a signal name. Callback. Register self. Callback. With the following args. So we want the arg once again to be repeated back to us, so we know what signal it was. But then on metadata changed, wait a minute. Wait a minute. thinking. Something about this doesn't seem very logical. Something about this doesn't seem very logical at all. I think there's a fallacy somewhere here. I just need to think about it. So emit signal key value, but that's not quite right. We should not be listening for that here. Or maybe I don't even need to hook up to that. So maybe register all configs. Like, I do need to register the signal so that we can emit them, but I don't think I need to handle them like this. Yeah, like I don't need to handle the data or key. Data or key. At least in the config manager, all the config manager cares about is... Yeah, all the config manager cares about is, you know, was something changed. So as long as you always change your config from the config manager and you don't try to like access inner values, I think that's fine. Yeah. So we take this out. Like or actually, was my original intent to be... Oh no, I'm starting to remember. It's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me, and I'm very scared of what older me was thinking at the time. Is this what I was thinking? So instead of setting things via the config manager... Oh no, I can see why I thought this is a good idea. Oh no. I can see why I thought this is a good idea. I don't, now that I'm a bit older, like maybe like a month older, I don't think it's a good idea anymore. All right, just ignore that. Load model, entities, duck. Yeah, okay. That's probably fine. Did we finish saving data? Oh no. Oh no. So we go back to the, yeah. Oh, I see. Why would I do this? Who designed this? It was me. Who would be stupid enough to do that? You know what? I hate it. I hate that it makes sense, but it does. Yeah. So instead of setting data on the config manager directly, oh no, what I do is I emit a signal saying that, okay, this is the data that I want to change, and this is the data, and then I just let everyone who's listening to that update it themselves. I see. That's kind of horrible. So when you make changes to your configuration, you don't actually change your configuration. You just say, you emit a signal saying that, okay, this is a value that we want to change, and this is what we should change it to. And then everything that's subscribed to that signal will catch it and then update itself. And so, of course, your config manager should be configured to always listen for all these values, right? But then also your UI element should subscribe to those key values as well. I see. I see. That's something I should probably write down, because that's kind of tough. It makes, I hate that it makes sense, but it makes sense. Is that what my pub sub tests as well? It doesn't, my pub sub test does not test this. Oh good. Sounds like why MVC exists. Model view controller. I mean, this is more or less model view controller. Kind of. Not really. It's been such a long time since I've done the model view controller. Or I guess consciously tried to follow the model view controller pattern. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's tough though. I see that. I see. So that's general. Looseness. That one should be pretty easy, I think. Well, I guess text changed and text entered should be the next one, because all the toggle stuff doesn't really have anything to configure. I need to think about that more. I'm not sure if that's a good pattern or not. I don't know if that's a good pattern or not. So instead of setting config, I just say, basically broadcast out that this setting should be changed, and then let all the components that use this thing, I don't know, every component that listens for this value will then change it themselves. That's just a principle. Yeah, well, it's a principle. It's an architectural design pattern. MVC. So there's like model view controller. There's MVCC. I've seen before at least. MVCC. Mohawk Valley Community College. Yes. What is MV? Isn't MVCC like a design pattern? Design pattern. Yeah, addition of a context. Yeah. And there's other ones, of course. There's tons of design patterns. What's MVVM? I'm not familiar with MVVM. Look at the medium thing. Model, view model, and the view. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I remember learning about these at some point, and then, you know, basically we used MVC or MVVM. Or I suppose MVC kind of turns into MVVM at some points once your application becomes big enough. Don't really know what the presenter is though. What's the difference between presenter and model? Okay, it looks like it's a two-way kind of thing. Anyways, I don't care. We're done with that. Use those most of the time on this frameworks. Force it. Yeah, I mean it's a good pattern to follow if you're not sure what to do. I mean that's what they're there for. Is if you need a little bit of help figuring out what you need to do, it's nice to have something to fall back on, and then you become slightly more opinionated as you create more stuff. Once again, incoming. Oh, hello. What do you mean incoming? Ava. Don't follow when using view data UI. Isn't your view and your UI is the same thing? Oh. Thank you very much for the raid, Doohoo. Much appreciated. Just finished figuring out what was causing a Stack Overflow. That resulted in no logs whatsoever. Because as it turns out, me from about a month ago is a turbo genius. So instead of changing config values directly, what I instead do is just emit a signal and then let every single component update itself if it wants to update itself. So everything is updated asynchronously, which is a bit bizarre, but yeah. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? How are you? What were you working on? All that good stuff. Text changed. So on text changed, text entered, text changed. Yeah, okay. So on text entered, it'll be on text changed. Text, line edit. What I'm working on, I suppose if you want to know what I'm working on, is this. Check that out. Look at it. Wow, it's so cool. So we can load models in. I don't have any other 3D models, so we're just gonna load in the default cube from Blender. Kind of ugly right now, but what I'm doing is hooking up the rest of the UI stuff. Now with 100% less Stack Overflows. The raid work. I'm too boomer for Twitch. Only a quarter of the people came. Oh, it's a second raid? I'm not sure how that works, but that's pretty sick. Thank you again for the raids, yoo-hoo-hoo. Confusing myself with network code. Sounds about right. Oh, look at that. No skeleton node found, bailing out early. I confuse myself on the regular, so don't feel like you're alone. Or maybe you wanted to feel special, then, you know, I'll let you have it. Okay. That looks good. Set as default so we don't error out again, and yeah. Looks pretty good. So now we're almost done with the very, very simple stuff. Yeah, networking code though, that's something that I don't usually mess with. I'm too small-brained. Too small-brained and too smooth-brained. It's a very unfortunate combination of things to be. Okay, so I think we need to have a debounce time, or maybe we don't need to debounce. Yeah, that's fine. But here, on text changed, we'll do match line edit, and we'll just handle it on a case-by-case basis. Connections work cutting off when people disconnected. The server just tried to send data on closed connections forever. Oh, very nice. I'm very familiar. That's also kind of how this used to work. Yeah, I think this application used to use about 50% more CPU time, because it was just broadcasting when the port was closed sometimes. I don't remember. There's a commit somewhere in the repository for this VTuber thingy. Come off, and the port form is tanked. I have no idea why. Oh, well, see, that's the opposite of my situation. My performance went up. I love the ducky model. Thank you, thank you. No, you. It's the second 3D model I've ever made, and it's still the best one I've ever made as well. It does support other 3D models as well. So there's this one. A crowd favorite. Real people pleaser if you just fix it really quickly. Great for catfishing. Has mouth tracking support. No eyebrow support just yet. Look at that. So this is the actual impressive part. But the duck is nice though. It is cute. Let me see. Line edit stuff. So we have the head bone. Ones. Pass on that. I hate this pattern that I've gone with, but it is the best one I've got. Translation looseness. Ooh, pretty. Super cute. Yeah. If you want to mess with whatever the heck I'm working with, one of these days I will put the releases page, a link to the releases page on the README, but for now this is fine. Yeah, free and open source, etc., etc. I'm trying to knock out the GUI really quick, and by really quick I mean confuse myself with choices I made a month ago. You should use that girl Godot avatar. That's amazing. Another catfish gang, yeah. Excuse me. I'm actually a duck, not a catfish. Please check your species. Or I could be bald. This one's also a very good one. Oh, geez. Eyes are a little too far apart from my liking. Where's the girl Godot? Not Gal Godot. Where's the girl Godot model? Is there a VRM model of that one? No, that's Gal Godot. Where's the Godot model? I know who Gal Godot is. Godot 3D models. Someone needs to make that avatar. What, Gal Godot? Yeah, like the interesting part about this program as opposed to other ones is that like I think VTube Studio, is that what it's called? That one requires like a you need to run it through their own rigger, so it'll rig stuff for you, whereas my program will just kind of try. It'll try its best. So random 3D models should just work in theory. So I know that someone suggested I try make human models. So this one is pretty cursed. It's pretty cursed because the head bone is actually not pointing straight up like a normal person. The head bone is actually pointing straight at the camera. That one at the bottom. Oh, yeah. I wasn't paying attention. There it is. Is this one rigged? Oh, geez. I don't know. I mean, we can try. What's the license? CC attribution? Oh, baby. VC face at the moment. VC face, very good. I suppose a little bit of trivia is that I suppose before VC face, I had prop tracking. Before VC face had prop tracking, I had prop tracking. And then I promptly broke it when I did one of my many rewrites. It's trash though, not a... Yeah, is there a better one? Oh no. So, Godot model. Sculpted Godot, Blender 293. I could probably find one. I've never really considered it, but it might be nice. The link. Oh, this is just a render. I don't want it. Wait, maybe it's not? Where's the model? Where's the model? Isn't this is just a render, right? Or is this not a render? Actually, I can't use this anyways, because it's not T-posed. Actually, none of these are T-posed. I need a T-posed. This looks like a T-posed model. Sketchfab. That's not too bad. Godot. Hope it works. Well, the only thing that you need for a model to work is for it to be T-posed. And then also, hopefully also be... Well, it needs to be rigged and T-posed. Let me see. I don't think this one has... I don't think it has a skeleton. It's not terribly hard to rig stuff. I guess I could really quickly rig it. There is no license. That's unfortunate. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about it. I'm not gonna show off my rigging skills on stream though. Oh, you can't even download it. All right, well, whatever. Yeah. Like, this is probably the only one, but I don't think that this one is rigged either. Or if it is rigged, I would need to... Yeah, this one is rigged. Or maybe it's just pre-posed. So... Oh, no, this is the IK. Oh, yeah. I recognize this. So they have the root bone not posed how I would do it, but at least the head bone is posed correctly. Time to make Godot in Vroid? Absolutely not. If you want, if you make it in Vroid, it should work and have all of the other things just kind of pre-configured, which is nice. I wonder, can I do this? Go into... I did load in just a bunch of random stuff before the stream, which is why I have this weird temp folder now in the project. I'm getting distracted. Taku... Well, no, we can do the seagull. Oh, yeah, no, that's a hard crash. All right. That's good. Run me. All right, well, you know what? That happens sometimes. Let's not worry about it too much. I think I know why it broke though. Face tracker, kill that. Can't reattach very easily. Break our necks, and here we go. That's not really something I can use. It's pretty good art, I guess. Yeah. It is very anime. It's very anime. One of these days I will find the correct source files and I'll be able to be just random 3D assets. They're somewhere on my old computer though. But one day, I'll be the majestic seagull I've always known myself to be. And you'll be sorry. Okay. So we'll do all of this stuff. I think this is pretty easy. This is pretty easy. So the most important part is we just need to do a quick check for, you know, if the text is empty, then we just don't do anything at all. So if text empty, just return. That's the wrong thing. Head bone, we'll do AM PS emit signal. Hey. Might not be the best course of action, but we're gonna do it. Makes it kind of hard to change this stuff in the future. That's fine. Or is there a way to snake case things automatically in Godot? I feel like I've written something like that before. Yeah, isn't there a way to snake case strings? So if you go to string, isn't there a way to... I know capitalize will give you something that's Pascal cased, somewhat. Or it will not Pascal case it. It will just do this. Oh yeah. So I can hit it with capitalize because all of these things are named appropriate. That's not true. That's not true. I didn't do it that way. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. We'll just do it like this. That's fine. For now, this is okay. Emit signal. Translation looseness. Text to float. Then in my model config, I can check for where's my, okay, so these are still called damps, which is fine. Probably need to have a mapping between how they're displayed in the UI and how they're actually stored internally. But for now, this is okay. Rotation down. And then here we'll also have to, of course, check to see if these are valid floats. If text valid float, and we'll just return. Don't do anything. Can definitely wrap this in a function, but for now, since we're trying to go fast-ish, we've been pretty slow so far. So maybe I shouldn't be worrying too much about how quickly we're going. Oop, what am I doing? There. So global interpolation amounts. Oh, yeah. Should probably get rid of interpolate bones. Yeah, because that more falls under the base interpolation rates. So we'll get rid of. So to do, or maybe I do want to have just a bone interpolation rate that might be more or less different. Yeah, that's not hard to add, and that it still fits in with what I have for the config. Yeah, let's do that really quickly. So looseness, no. Interpolation options, yes. Okay, so global, copy this. This will be bones. Change this to be where? Bone interpolation. It is somewhat confusing to have all of these different options. I will concede that, but you know, this is the balance I've chosen to take. Where it's not really a balance, but I just prefer having more options than having less options. I know that on my list of things that I've now lost, there is that was a suggestion as a normal mode and an advanced mode, but usually I really dislike it when programs start me out in normal mode. Just give me all the options. I can handle it, coach. Alright. So bone interpolation rates. One of these days I'll figure out a better implementation for this. Okay, so then there is bone interpolation amount. Okay. Private functions. Set float amount. Set config float amount. That's actually kind of a misnomer because we're not setting it directly on the config. We're emitting a signal almost blindly, but that's fine. So we have signal name string text string or value string, and then this is where we can do the checks. Yeah. So if not text is valid. Oh. AM pub sub emit signal name value to float. Yeah, like that. And this should just be value. So set config float amounts. So translation damp text. What did I do? Okay. It's getting better, but the more time that goes on, the more I'm becoming worried that, oh man, it's going to be really hard to build back in for the VRM model specifically. Or maybe it won't be, because I can just override a lot of these. Maybe. Maybe. We'll think about it. Something that is kind of unfortunate is how these don't match up one-to-one. So let's add a to-do. So to-do, these values do not match up one-to-one with the config. I should probably add a date as well so I know when I added the note. I've been pretty bad at doing that recently. 2.6. And we'll do it month, day, year, because I'm American. Not in the far superior day, month, year, or even year, month, day, which makes a lot more sense. So bone interpolation rates. Translation tab is mouth interpolation rate. Okay, and then eyebrow interpolation rate. What? Oh, this is gaze strength. Okay, gaze strength. Did I just forget eyebrows as well? Suppose this duck doesn't have eyebrows, but oh, I remember. Oh, that was one of the suggestions. Oh my god, there's so many things I need to do. Yeah. One of these is eyebrows, isn't it? Yeah, eyebrow tracking. Messed up my directories that half of them saved as days first, other half month first. Name them as dates. Sounds confusing. I think it's better to, if you don't want any confusion whatsoever, you should just use like, use the name of the month so it's obvious. But I know it's a bit more to type. Possibly one more letter to type if you're naming them in English. All right, let's add mouth. Okay. Interpolation options, that's fine. Mouth. This will be eyebrows. I guess I'm just gonna continue adding things against my better judgment. Eyebrows. Your eyebrows do not interpolate at different rates. I'm very sorry to say. Can do it here. So all the connections, eyebrows, last, eyebrows. Check button as too many key presses, letters are too far apart. And that's why you need to get like a 48% keyboard like I do. Or I think this is, I always forget how many keys are on this keyboard. It's 4, what's 4 times 12? 48? I have a 48% keyboard. Possibly a 47% keyboard since I have 2 space keys that do the same thing. And actually, I don't even need 4 of these keys, where a lot of these keys are somewhat redundant as well. So I could have a 44%, or I could live with a 44%. Because most of the time, nowadays, when I'm doing arrow key stuff, I'm not even using the dedicated arrow keys. I'm just using layer 2 WASD. A bit bizarre. So that's good. Eyebrow stuff, mouth stuff. Alright, so eyebrows. Did I make this plural? I did. Okay. That's a cool idea. What, a 44% keyboard? Sounds like the plank. I do have a plank, yes. I do have a plank. I have pretty much all the keyboards I have, because I have a weird amount of keyboards, but now I'm pretty much all in on ortholinear keyboards. It's a gimmick keyboard. I don't know. I think I type pretty fast. It's very inconvenient for 3D modeling though. A Moonlander. What's a Moonlander? Is that one of the Is that one of the Plank Easy ones? Plank keyboard. Sorry. Yeah. Do you have a Plank Easy? Is that what you have? Or is a Moonlander a? Oh, a Moonlander's a split keyboard, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, it's a split keyboard that's also an ortholinear layout. That's neat. Unfortunately, I can't. I can't use a split keyboard. It is cool though. It's neat, but unfortunately, I don't type correctly. But because I mostly type with 6 fingers. So I use my thumb, index, and middle finger for the most part on each hand. Almost never use my ring finger, and then I only ever use my pinky to hit modifiers. And at this point, I'm too far into to change how I type right now. Yeah, but I think on a typing test, I can type fairly fast. Like I average around 80, and if I practice, I can get up to 120. But on browse interpolation. What am I doing? So all the keys in the middle, I use the wrong hand index finger for it? Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I mostly type with like my left hand, actually. I mostly type with my left hand because my right hand is mostly for pressing shift. Like I almost never press shift with my left hand. It's mostly with my right hand. My right hand is for punctuation most of the time. And then on this plank keyboard, I'm using my left thumb for pressing modifiers. Because I guess if we're talking about a plank, what's a good picture? What's a good picture? Is this a good picture? That's an okay picture. We can look at make it big. 120, what not using half your fingers is really impressive. I'm around 80. Yeah. Well, it's because most of everything I use my pinky for control, my thumb for layer down, which is where the rest of the punctuation is. And then right hand just hits all the punctuation plus like this subset of keys. So learn piano at a young age, maybe that's the reason. Maybe. I taught myself keyboard. I'm not very good at piano. Don't really know how to use the pedals correctly. Like, only the sustain pedal. Right hand, what is my purpose? You press shift, that's what you do. Yeah, pretty much. You press shift and the punctuation. Left hand presses layer up is where I put my numpad. Or I guess my phone style numpad. Pretty nice. My pinky sits at A key at all times. I don't know. I feel like when I play keyboard, I don't know. When I play keyboard, it's almost a similar way that I play guitar. So I just let my hand kind of float. Which sounds counterintuitive, but I don't know. I just rely on muscle memory. So if I'm ever sitting slightly askew on a keyboard, I'm probably going to be pressing the wrong keys. Similar to how I play guitar. So if I ever have like if I'm playing standing up, I'm probably going to be hitting a lot of wrong notes because I rely on just pure muscle memory. Don't I use pinky? No, well, when I'm talking about more instrument position, I do use my pinky a lot. You know which finger I don't use a lot when playing guitar? I don't usually use my left middle finger. If possible, I'll use my ring finger or my pinky. My middle finger is just not great. But left pinky, left ring finger especially, that's where all the power is. Like I can bend really, really well with my left pinky and left ring finger, but left middle finger, really only good for holding down notes. I find it hard to bend. That one. Don't worry, I'm looking at this mostly because I know there's something I need to hook up. I see. So we'll hook up this connect line edit. Yeah. So am pub sub connect line. No, connect to. Oh no, that's not how you do it. Okay. We're figuring this out. We're figuring out the API as we go along. So check button. We'd also need to do the same thing here. So check button, connect the check button to, I guess, the signal name. And we can probably start storing stuff as well in it. Well, not all these check buttons need to be hooked up to a signal name though. All right, do this. Just have a default. So like move model, rotate model, and scale model don't need to be hooked up to a signal, but like should track I should be hooked up to should track I. Like that one's obvious. Then similarly connect line edits. We need to have these connected to appropriate signals as well. So I'll do the same thing. Or actually, the signal name is not optional here. That doesn't make any sense. Head bone. Let me see. Does this match up in the model config? Head bone, yeah. Looseness. This one is translation damp. Yeah. I know I definitely don't play guitar correctly though. Mostly because I play fingerstyle, aka I don't use a pick, mostly because I tend to drop it, so I just I took steps to ensure that dropping my pick will not be a hindrance to me. This interpolation right. This one needs to be interpolate global. Yeah, but I know that when you play fingerstyle guitar, you're actually supposed to anchor your hand using your right pinky, assuming that you are, of course, a righty and playing on a righty guitar. Yeah, but because my hand is just slightly too small to anchor, and also because I'm more or less self-taught in terms of that style of guitar, I instead anchor my hand using the midpoints, roughly, of my forearm. So that's neat. Which is why, like, if I ever am not sitting down when I'm playing guitar, I'll tend to miss a bunch of notes. So I have several anchor points on both my arms that I use to play guitar, in a similar way to how I play piano. Like, I don't need to play, well, keyboard, not piano. Because I don't need to look at my hands when I'm playing the keyboard. I mean, I still do, because I can't read sheet music anyways. But I, most of the time, don't need to look at my hands. Pick drops all time for me too. Yeah, I know it's a, I don't know, it's something that you need to learn, but I guess you can just choose not to learn it as well. Use most of the picks, hard ones, soft ones, weird shapes. Can't use any of that. Yeah, well, I have one of those. I have like one of the the extra heavy picks that has a little divot for your fingers. I know that they also sell like the really, really big picks, which seems crazy to me, I guess. Because if you use one of the extra big ones, then you can't, or it makes it really hard to chicken pick. But I suppose chicken picking isn't super popular in all styles of music, huh? All right, hold on. This needs to be changed. Change all occurrences. Ah, eyebrow. All right, let's just change this here. This should be eyebrow, like that, and then we'll just change every error where it shows up. Yeah, that's fine. This one then breaks. This should be gaze strength. So I need to go back and rename some of these because I think some of these are broken. Do you play electric? I have an electric guitar. I have an electric guitar. When I was a lot younger, I used to play a lot more actual technical music. I think you've heard me play on the stream before. Especially when I was doing more game jam stuff. So this is eyebrow interpolation rate. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I do have an electric guitar. It's a Gibson style Les Paul. Well, no, it's an Epiphone model Les Paul. Well, it's a Les Paul style Epiphone. Yeah, there we go. Technical music? Yeah, so like I don't know. Like I think the first real song I ever learned how to play was Canon Rock. Yeah. Cuz I was like I listened to that, I was like, wow, that's a pretty sick song. I wish I knew how to play that. So I was able to play pretty much all the song except for that one solo in like pretty early on, because he doesn't play like 16 notes. He plays like 30-second notes really fast. Well, it's because it's I think he sweep picks it, which is tough. Yeah, well, it's not a Gibson Les Paul. It's an Epiphone Les Paul, so it's not the original style like Les Paul. Yeah. Oh no. For a while, all I had was an acoustic guitar. And like, I think when I was a kid, I had a, what do you call it? It was it looks like a Stratocaster. It's one of the really cheap Fender knockoffs. Squire. I had a Squire Strat. Yeah. So on text changed, on text entered, this just repeats it back. Then here, func on update, on value updated, on config updated, on config updated. Yes, we'll do it like that. So this will have, it'll be value key, and then the key will be a string. Quality guitars are expensive? Yeah. Well, I mean, my guitar wasn't that expensive. Yeah, I think this guitar was only like 600 bucks, so it was okay. I have my acoustic guitar is way nicer. I think I have a Taylor. The Taylor guitars I feel like always sound really nice because they have a nice high ring to them. And you might be saying, oh, you're saying 600 bucks is not expensive for a guitar. Electric guitars can get really expensive, man. Or any sort of guitar. Yeah. Like the guitar that I actually wanted to get was, I think it was $1,500, $1,500. It's like I can't afford this and also get an amp. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to do that. I want original USA Stratocaster. Yeah, the nice ones are really nice, but it also makes me kind of uncomfortable. It's like this is it's not something I want to handle, if that makes sense. Control. So then we want to do if control is line edits. I'm kind of just winging it at this point. Else if control is check button pass. All right. So that's what we're going to do. I was afraid to make it dirty or break it somehow. Yeah, like I know one of my friends in university, I think like he came from like a super rich money. He was from somewhere in India. Anyways, his parents bought him for his 21st birthday. They bought him like a vintage Les Paul from like the 1970s. I was like, man, he was telling me like, yeah, like the case, not great. It was only $2,000. Has all this like random padding and stuff built into it, but you gotta splurge. But that's because all the money was splurged on the guitar. You know, it was a cool $8,000. I'm like, this guitar is $8,000. I'm gonna give the guitar back to you. Absolutely do not want to touch it. I'm very, very uncomfortable handling something that costs that much. I think this is okay, maybe. So we kind of discard the key because we already know what the key is via this. So if signal name, let's see, if vintages are fine though, they are old enough. I don't know. I feel like there's not really a huge difference. Like I think if you were to play like a really nicely made electric guitar for me, and like a really nicely made vintage electric guitar, I honestly probably could not tell the difference. Like the difference between like a Stradivarius violin. Like violin is one where I actually know how to play, I guess, because I was pretty okay at violin. I think for a long time, violin used to be my best instrument, but like I've heard a Stradivarius before, and I've also heard just like a really nice modern instrument. I honestly, for me, couldn't tell you the difference. Maybe they handle differently when you play them, but I feel like the handling is more on just like your bridge. If you have like a really nicely set up bridge on your violin, I feel like that matters a bit more. Because I have played violins that have like really poorly set up bridges. Like most of like the student violins that you get, the bridge is not set up correctly whatsoever. PS register. So I'll register self signal name. Pub sub payload. Pub sub payload. I'm trying to remember. What was the syntax? I've done this before. Alright, hold on. Config. So no args are needed. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, we don't need this. Yeah, there's no key at all. The only arg is this. Args is the check button. So it'll just kind of hang out. That's actually not good. That's actually not good at all. That should be a string, and then, yeah. Or maybe it should be deregistered whenever we, maybe that's okay. Well, I'll think about it. I'll have to think about it. I think the quality of the wood and sound resonance, but it's now overrated since technology catch up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the newer tech can make it sound pretty much as good, which is why like the difference nowadays must be like how it feels to play. Or maybe it's even like the confidence that you get from playing such an expensive instrument. AMPS registered. Self signal name. pub sub payload. So arg is the align edit. We'll just pass it back to ourselves, just so we know what's hooked up to what. Then the callback is going to be the same thing on config update, or updated, I should say, updated. That's not correct English. Virtuoso, I'm gonna play 2K violin. 2K violin, I think my violin is actually worth 2K. I think my violin is worth 2K. Like it's, well, no, my violin is worth $1,500. Like I was pretty good. But I think playing anything more expensive than that is going to be scary. I have played a really expensive cello before, even though I'm not classically trained on cello. I do understand the basic technique. I was like, wow, it sounds nice. One of my friends in university was I think he was a violin cello combination, or I think he was like a music theory / violin major, and he was a cello performance major as well. It's pretty crazy. So his just had a bunch of instruments at home because he also taught. And I was like, yeah, this is my teaching cello. I was like, oh, teaching cello. What does that mean? So this is like a student cello? He's like, no. So this is my real cello. This is like $6,000. That cello you're holding is only like $4,000. I was like, it's only $4,000. Okay. Contrabass. Is that like a concert, like a double bass, like a orchestral bass? They're nice. I don't quite know how to play them correctly. So I think your bowing technique is very important, unless you're just playing like jazz style, in which case it doesn't really matter. Did I hook these up properly? I didn't hook up the toggle ones, but that's fine. I think the line edit stuff should be fine. So we go into connect check button, non-existent function connect and base nil. So is this not correct? Bone interpolation enabled. Bone interpolation enabled. Is this not a check button? Is that not a check button? Bone interpolation. Bone interpolation. Bones interpolation. So is that wrong? Is this not the correct node path? Oh my god, it was not the right node path. Oh, and then this is gonna break as well. Okay, hold me. Or not hold me, hold on. I see. How do you feel about Vivaldi? He's pretty good. I think some people might say that he's overrated, but you know, I think that's not correct. I think if you're talking about like his most famous compositions, Four Seasons, I think some of them are overrated. I think the Winter especially is super overrated. Which ones are the most popular ones? I think like Winter and Summer are the most popular ones, right? Although I think Summer is pretty good, if I'm remembering which ones they are properly. All right, so anyways, these should have default rates, but that's also fine. So, geez. Invalid set index text on base. Invalid set index text on base line edit. What? Does a line edit not have a text? Oh, it's a float. Okay, I see. We need to string it. And then this one we need to bool it. Well, oh, that's... why did I do this? Okay, so I need to pass along a few args. I need to pass along a few args. So there's the value. We can pass along the key, but then I'm not passing along the key correctly because these aren't named appropriately. Some magical music for me. Nothing is overrated. I don't know. I think some of them are definitely overrated for sure. Like I think a lot of, or some of, I don't know. Maybe it's because they're more meant for like a what's it called? A symphony. They're symphonies. So like you need to play in a symphonic orchestra. So I mostly played first violin, but like a lot of like Beethoven is kind of boring. A lot of his compositions are kind of boring to me. Mostly because you're just playing arpeggios over and over again. Lots of modern movie music, definitely overrated. Like a lot of John Williams stuff is the same. They're saying Vivaldi's overrated. They're talking about Baroque music is being overrated, being unaware is? I don't know. I think there are certain pieces that people overrate. Like who was the one that wrote the planets? Like I think Mars, kind of overrated. Jupiter, also kind of overrated. Like they're okay. They're okay. They're not bad. They're not the best thing I've ever heard though. They are pretty good, but not the best out of all classical music. I think the planets in general is not bad. Let's say that. That might be a controversial opinion to have. Okay. Actually, yeah, you know what? I do need to string. Yeah, I should just string all these. Yeah. They have to be strings. So even if you string a string, that just means nothing happens. So you can do, oh geez. Oh geez. Oh geez. Okay, so this results in me typing backwards. That's good. This also results in me typing backwards. Oh. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Well, if not signal name empty, I think we also should just do, so check button pressed is equal to amcm get data signal name. And so I can do this because I know that I have defaults for all these values. All right, and this one should be line edit is equal to the string value of amcm get data signal name. That might not be true for every single thing. Oh, line edit, sorry, text. So we'll do this. So this should pre-populate. Okay, cool. Now I just need to change it so it doesn't like replace the text that's under my cursor. Does blank threshold not have a default value? That's not horrible though. I think that's not horrible. Hero is being recognized by the time you yeah, most composers aren't known in their time. Yeah. Which is very unfortunate. I think my favorite composer, because I'm very edgy, is I like Shostakovich. If we're talking about like classical-ish, I guess Shostakovich isn't classical, but he's like it's not neoclassical either. He's just in like composed in a weird period of time, the early 20th century. But imagine since 300 years per season is one of the most played ones. Yeah. But most people aren't known in their time for sure. Don't know who is that. Shostakovich has some great pieces. They're very, I guess, intense, maybe? That might not be the right word for it. Yeah, let me see. I do have, all right. my favorite piece, or I guess the piece that actually made me somewhat interested in I'm looking for the right word. I'm looking for the right word. It's not the piece that made me interested in more modern pieces, but it's still very good. I'm looking for it though. And I can just post it. Where is it? Are any of these Shostakovich? Shosti. It's here. Shasti. Old Shasti. No Shasti. Just give me the. Write me the weird name. It's Shostakovich. Something like that. I have this saved somewhere. I know it's saved on my Spotify. I can find it. And I also know roughly where it is. I'm not gonna play it on stream though, because that's not good. Where is it? It's saved here. It plays sometimes. Yeah, string quartet. Oh, I also spelled his name completely incorrectly. I guess I can show my this thing. Don't play it. Don't play it. No, I don't have the rights to it. I don't have the rights. Oh, geez. It didn't really scale up that well. How do I look at it? Go to album. Yes, Shostakovich, the string quartets. Yes, his string quartets are very good. And it's specifically this one that's very good. I don't know how to share it though. Copy song. Well, it's classical, but the original players, the people who are playing it have the song rights. But it's whatever that one is, unless you, maybe you won't be able to open that one up. I don't know. I have it saved somewhere. I don't remember where though. Or actually, don't I just have this saved as like a random playlist? I do. I just have this saved as a random playlist. Look at that. Yeah, Shostakovich, string quartet number 8 in C minor. Movement 2. Movement 2 is very good. Movement 1 kind of sucks. I think movement 3 and 4 are pretty good. Yeah, I do just have it saved here. Yeah. Number 2 is very good. Number 3 is also very good. Not as good. Like this one's very good. Number 3, still very good. Number 4, very good. I don't remember what number 5 is. Number 1 sucks. Number 1, I absolutely hate playing that one. I have played the entire thing of that in a string quartet. Or what's a double quartet? Is it just called a double quartet when you have 8 people? I don't remember. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. I think I know what I need to do. I need to rethink how I'm passing data. Like, I think this is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. I am going to push everything that I have right now. It's not horrible. So git, oh, hold on, git restore assets VRM models. I don't know why this happens, but whenever my computer opens up the Alicia solid VRM model, it like modifies it. Don't know what's going on with that. So git add all. Start work on bone display. Start. Start hooking up UIs to config/pubsub. Yeah. So, of course, everything is free and open source. It's being developed in the open, which seems to surprise some people, but you know, it's all there. Takes a little bit to load. Yeah, probably because of the GIF that's on the main page. You're doing many things that probably require much more thinking to be implemented better. It's a challenge we all face. Yeah, well, it's because it's a total rewrite, and I thought I had a good plan for this. Like, I know that everything at its base level definitely works because of all the tests. So I believe I can just run all the tests, and we should still all be green. Yeah, so we're still green on all the tests. So I know all of the base pieces work. It's just that the GUI is starting to turn into spaghetti again. It's just that the GUI is starting to turn into spaghetti again, as the, you know, GUIs are wont to do. Or you might say that the GUI is getting pretty GUI. That's not a great pun. I apologize. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live, I don't know, tomorrow? What day is today? Tuesday? Today is Tuesday. I'll be live tomorrow from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, working on some stuff. Probably this. Well, not probably this. Absolutely this. Trying to finish it up so I can move on with my life. Yeah, there's the Discord. There's the GitHub. Give the channel a follow if you haven't already. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Pretty much everything I write is free and open source. I don't know, I just finished writing this really quickly. Which is a stream stuff runner, if you are a streamer, I guess. Look at that. Mostly just runs all my stream stuff. So it's really easy for me to just yeet everything once I'm done. Because everything is a stream stuff, like this. Wow. Do a Godot model? Yeah, maybe. If I can find a good one that's like at least close to being T-posed, then I can rig it. Or at least modify it so it works. But yeah. I will see you later. Since yeah, I guess we just lost everyone. Goodbye.